Hello there, and welcome. I am very glad you found your way here tonight. Maybe the day has been a little too bright, or a little too loud, or maybe your thoughts are still wandering from place to place like a trainer crossing a quiet route after sunset. Wherever you are, and however you arrived here, you do not need to hurry now. You can let the world become softer. You can let the lights dim. You can let your breathing settle into something slow and easy, as if you are standing at the edge of tall grass and listening to the wind move through it. Tonight, we are going to drift through 2 hours of Pokémon facts to fall asleep to. Not loud facts, not rushed facts, not the kind of facts that feel like a quiz or a contest, or a battle waiting to be won. These will be gentle facts, quiet facts, the kind that can sit beside you while your eyes grow heavy. Some will be about the earliest games, some will be about strange evolutions, unusual forms, hidden mechanics, famous regions, legendary creatures, little design details, and the soft, surprising ways Pokémon has changed over time. We will keep the facts careful. We will not pretend uncertain rumours are truth. We will let each detail arrive calmly and then pass by. Before we begin, if this quiet journey helps you rest, you can leave a like so another tired trainer might find it too. And if you feel like commenting, tell me where you are watching from tonight. It is comforting to imagine all those places at once. Bedrooms and couches and late night screens. Little islands of calm scattered across the world. All listening together while the Pokémon world slowly opens in the dark. Now, breathe in. And breathe out. Let the root grow quiet. Let the Pokéball rest in your hand. Let the tall grass sway. And let us begin with the earliest heartbeat of Pokémon. The first Pokémon games were Pocket Monsters Red and Pocket Monsters Green, released in Japan for the Game Boy. Outside Japan, the first paired versions became Pokémon Red version and Pokémon Blue version. That difference is one of the small historical details that can be easy to blur. Red and Green began the journey in Japan, while Red and Blue became the beginning for many players elsewhere. The idea at the centre was simple enough to feel like a childhood daydream. You could travel from town to town, meet creatures in grass and caves and water, catch them, raise them, trade them, and carry them with you. The world was small on the screen, but it felt enormous in the imagination. The name Pokémon is a shortened form of Pocket Monsters. That original name still tells you almost everything about the idea. The creatures are not distant gods only seen in myths, though some of them certainly become mythic. They are companions that can be carried. They are little mysteries tucked into pockets, balls, bags, homes, forests, oceans, and stories. The phrase pocket monsters sounds almost practical, but the world it created is full of wonder. It suggests that the extraordinary can become familiar, and that the familiar can stay extraordinary if you look closely enough. Bulbasaur is the first Pokémon listed in the National Pokédex. That does not mean Bulbasaur was necessarily the first Pokémon ever designed, or the first in the world's mythology, or the first in every regional order. It simply means that when the National Pokédex begins, it begins with a small seed Pokémon carrying a plant bulb on its back. That is a lovely place to begin. Not with the strongest dragon, not with the rarest legendary, not with the mascot, just a squat little grass and poison type creature, half animal and half sprouting garden. As if the whole series starts with something alive, patient and green. Charmander, Squirtle and Bulbasaur form one of the most famous starter trios in the series, but their balance is more interesting than nostalgia alone. Fire, water, and grass create a simple triangle of advantage, where each one has strength and vulnerability in relation to the others. That triangle teaches without shouting. A new trainer can feel that fire burns grass, water puts out fire, and grass can drink from water or overwhelm watery ground. It is a quiet design lesson hidden inside 3 small companions. Before the world becomes complicated, it begins with a lizard's flame, a turtle's shell, and a seed on a creature's back. Pikachu is listed as number 25 in the National Pokédex, but culturally it stands far closer to the centre of Pokémon's identity. It is an electric-type mouse Pokémon with cheek pouches that store electricity. Pikachu evolves from Pichu and can evolve into Raichu, though in many stories and memories Pikachu remains Pikachu, small and bright and instantly recognisable. What makes Pikachu work so well is not only cuteness, it is balance. Pikachu is round enough to be soft, sharp enough to be energetic, small enough to be held in the imagination, and electric enough to feel awake. Raichu is sometimes overshadowed by Pikachu's fame, but Raichu is not a mistake or a lesser idea. It is the evolved form, larger and stronger, with a long tail and a heavier sense of electrical power. The existence of Raichu creates one of Pokémon's gentlest recurring questions. Does growth always mean changing form, or can a companion remain beloved exactly as it is? Different stories answer this differently. Some Pikachu evolve, some do not. The fact itself is simple, but the feeling beneath it is tender. Pokémon often lets evolution be power, but it also lets attachment make staying the same feel meaningful. Mew is number 151 in the National Pokédex, and is categorized as the new species Pokémon. Official Pokédex descriptions describe its fine, delicate hair being visible under a microscope. Mew became one of the earliest great mysteries of the series, partly because it was hidden so deeply in the first generation. In the world of Pokémon, Mew is connected with ancient genetic mystery and the idea of a creature that contains possibilities. It is small, pink and playful in appearance, yet surrounded by enormous importance. That contrast is one of Pokémon's oldest tricks. Something tiny can carry a very large secret. Mewtwo sits just before Mew in the National Pokédex, and that order is quietly fascinating. Mewtwo is number 150, Mew is number 151. But in the story of creation, Mewtwo comes from experiments connected to Mew. The Pokédex order is not always a historical timeline. It is an ordering system, not a perfect biography of the world. Mewtwo's identity is shaped by artificial creation, psychic power, and isolation. Where Mew feels ancient and elusive, Mewtwo feels modern, wounded, and deliberate. Together, they form one of Pokémon's clearest contrasts between origin and imitation, innocence and rage, natural mystery and human ambition. The original Kanto region is based loosely on a real region of Japan, also called Kanto. This does not mean every town and route is a direct copy of a real place, but the inspiration gives the first region a grounded feeling. Kanto in the games is compact and cleanly connected, full of routes, caves, towns and sea paths arranged like a child's map of adventure. Pallet Town begins quietly. Viridian Forest teaches patience. Empt, Moon introduces caves and fossils. Lavender Town changes the tone completely. Kanto feels simple now, only because it taught so many of the patterns that later regions expanded. Johto is connected to Kanto, and that connection remains one of the most beloved structural facts in Pokémon. In the Johto games, after travelling through Johto, a trainer can eventually visit Kanto as well. This made the world feel less like a series of disconnected maps, and more like a living geography. Johto also brought a different mood: older towers, legends of burned and shining places, apricorns, ruins, and a stronger sense of history. Kanto felt like beginning. Johto felt like memory. Together, they gave Pokémon a sense that regions could have relationships with each other, not just separate identities. Hone is a region of land and sea, and that contrast sits at the heart of its story. Pokémon Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald place unusual emphasis on water routes, islands, diving, weather, and environmental conflict. The legendary Pokémon Groudon and Kyogre are tied to land and sea, while Rayquaza belongs to the sky above them. It is a region where nature feels large, active, and sometimes unbalanced. Hone's map is not just a place to cross, it is a conversation between elements. Water, earth, and air all seem to be breathing at once. Sinnoh is colder and more mountainous, centred around Milk Coronet and surrounded by myths that feel older and more cosmic. It introduced legendary Pokémon tied to time, space, and antimatter through Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina. Sinnoh's mythology feels grand in a different way from earlier regions. Kanto's legends are rare birds and scientific mysteries. Johto's legends are towers and ancient beasts. Hone's legends are land, sea, and sky. Sinnoh reaches toward the structure of reality itself. Even when a trainer is walking a snowy route or a quiet town, the region feels watched over by deep creation stories. Unova was inspired by New York City and surrounding ideas rather than by a region of Japan, and that made it feel like a new era. Its original games introduced a large group of new Pokémon and held back older species until later in the journey, making the region feel unfamiliar even to experienced trainers. Unova also placed unusual emphasis on ideals, truth, identity, and the question of what it means to live alongside Pokémon. The region's story is not simply about collecting badges. It asks why bonds matter, and whether companionship can be twisted into control or misunderstood as ownership. Kalos is inspired by France, and it carries that inspiration through beauty, style, cafes, castles, gardens, and Lumio City. Kalos introduced fairy-type Pokémon to the main series, the first new type added since Dark and Steel. Fairy's arrival mattered because it changed the long-standing type balance, especially around dragon types. Kalos also introduced Mega Evolution, a temporary transformation possible for certain Pokémon when a compatible Mega Stone and a trainer's Keystone are involved. In a calm way, Kalos is a region about beauty becoming power, and power becoming dangerous when someone tries to make beauty eternal. Alola is based on Hawaii and is built around islands, trials, guardians, regional forms, and a gentler relationship with local culture and ecology. Instead of the usual gym structure, Alola centres on island trials and kahuna battles. That change matters, because it shows Pokémon can keep its core feeling while altering the ritual of progression. Alola also introduced regional forms, showing familiar Pokémon adapted to a new environment. A Vulpix can be icy instead of fiery. A Sandshrew can be ice and steel type. The old becomes new not by being erased, but by adapting to place. Galar is inspired by the United Kingdom, and its Pokémon League has the atmosphere of a public sporting event. Stadiums are enormous. Crowds watch. Gym leaders feel like local celebrities as much as battlers. Galar introduced Dynamax and Gigantamax, transformations that make Pokémon huge for a limited time, with Gigantamax also changing certain Pokémon's forms. The fact that battles in Galar feel so public gives the region a different emotional texture. Pokémon battling is not only a personal journey there, it is civic spectacle, local pride, and bright stadium light. Hisui is the ancient form of Sinnoh, seen long before the modern region took shape. That one fact changes how the world feels. In Hisui, people are still learning how to live closely with Pokémon. The relationship is more uncertain, sometimes fearful, sometimes reverent. Pokeballs are made with older materials. Settlements feel more fragile. The wild feels larger than human certainty. Hisui matters because it turns a familiar region into a memory of itself. It lets us see that the Pokémon world has history beneath history, and that trust between people and Pokémon was something built over time. Paldea is inspired by the Iberian Peninsula and introduced a more open structure, with broad exploration and several major paths. It also introduced terastallization, a phenomenon that can give a Pokémon a crystalline appearance and a Terra type. The idea is interesting because it can reveal, alter, or emphasize type identity in battle. A Pokémon may shine with a type that changes how it interacts with moves. Paldea's facts often feel connected to freedom, choice, and self-definition. It is a region of wide roads, school life, old secrets, and bright crystals beneath the surface. Pokémon types are one of the quiet foundations of the whole series. There are 18 regular types in the main games, including familiar ones such as fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, fighting, ghost, dragon, dark, steel and fairy. Types shape weaknesses, resistances and immunities, but they also shape personality. A ghost type does not feel like a water type. A steel type does not feel like a fairy type. The type chart is strategic, but it is also poetic. It turns elements, materials, moods, and myths into relationships. Dark and steel types were introduced in Generation 2. This changed the original balance in meaningful ways. Steel brought many resistances and a sense of durability. Dark helped answer the power of psychic types, which had been famously strong in the earliest games. Fairy type arrived much later in Generation 6, and it became super effective against Dragon. These additions show that Pokémon's world is stable, but not frozen. The rules can change. New categories can appear. An old balance can be gently rewritten, and suddenly familiar creatures may be understood differently. Some Pokémon have one type, and some have two. Dual typing is one of the reasons the series stays interesting. Charizard is fire and flying in its ordinary form, not fire and dragon, even though it looks dragon-like. Gengar is ghost and poison. Lucario is fighting and steel. Decidueye is grass and ghost in its Alola form. A dual type can create a graceful blend, a strange contradiction, or a strategic surprise. It can make a Pokémon feel like it belongs to two worlds at once. The fact that Charizard is not normally a dragon type is one of those small details many people learn with surprise. Its design clearly resembles a dragon, and later forms such as Mega Charizard X do carry dragon typing, but ordinary Charizard is fire and flying. That distinction is a reminder that Pokémon types are not always literal labels for appearance. They are part biology, part battle logic, part tradition, and part design identity. A creature can look like a dragon and still belong elsewhere in the type system. Evolution in Pokémon is not always the same as biological evolution in the real world. It is more like sudden metamorphosis, growth, or transformation. A small creature reaches a condition and changes into another form, often stronger, larger, or more specialized. Some evolve by level, some evolve with stones, some evolve through friendship, some evolve by trade, some evolve in certain places, at certain times, with certain moves known, or under conditions that feel almost like little rituals. Pokémon evolution is one of the series' most magical everyday facts. Evolution stones have existed since the earliest games, and they make certain transformations feel like contact with elemental objects. A Firestone can evolve Vulpix or Growlithe in many games. A Water Stone can evolve Poliwhirl into Poliwrath, or Eevee into Vaporeon. A Thunderstone can evolve Pikachu into Raichu. A Leaf Stone, Moonstone, Sunstone, Shiny Stone, Dusk Stone, Dawn Stone, and other stones all carry their own little sense of mystery. They are items, but they feel almost like condensed weather, moonlight, sunlight, or fate. Eevee is one of the most famous examples of branching evolution. Its unstable genetic makeup lets it evolve into several different forms depending on conditions. Vaporeon, Jolteon, and Flareon came first, tied to water, electric and fire. Later came Espeon and Umbreon through friendship and time of day, then Leafeon and Glaceon through environmental or stone-based methods depending on the game, and Sylveon through affection or friendship-related conditions connected to fairy type. Eevee's charm is not only that it has many evolutions, it is that it feels full of possible futures. Friendship evolution is one of Pokemon's gentlest mechanics. Certain Pokemon evolve not merely because they grow stronger, but because their bond with the trainer becomes deep enough. Golbat can evolve into Crobat through high friendship. Pichu can evolve into Pikachu through friendship. Budew, Riolu and others use friendship along with additional conditions. These evolutions make the world feel warmer. They suggest that care is not just decoration, it can change a creature's life. A Pokemon can become something new because it has been carried gently enough. Trade evolution is one of the oldest ways Pokémon encouraged connection between people outside the screen. Kadabra, Machoke, Graveler and Haunter are classic examples of Pokémon that evolve when traded in many games. The idea is simple, but the feeling is unusual. To complete certain evolutions, a trainer has to let a Pokémon leave and return, or trust another person with it. Trading is built into the heart of Pokémon. From the beginning, the world was not meant to be completed alone. Some trade evolutions require held items. Onyx can evolve into Steelix when traded while holding a metal coat in many games. Scyther can evolve into Scizor the same way. Seadra can evolve into Kingdra with a dragon scale. Slowpoke can become Slowking with a King's Rock. These evolutions feel like tiny ceremonies. The Pokémon is traded, the item acts as a catalyst, and the form changes. It is a reminder that evolution in Pokémon is not one process. It is many small doors, each with its own key. Held items were introduced in Generation 2, and they quietly changed everything. A Pokémon could carry a berry, a boosting item, a special stone, a healing item, or something tied to evolution. This made Pokémon feel less like simple battlers and more like companions with little possessions. A citrus berry could help in battle. A lucky egg could help with training. A choice band could strengthen attacks at a cost. Even a held item can tell a little story about preparation, personality, and trust. Pokémon eggs were also introduced in Generation 2. Eggs appear through breeding at daycare or nursery facilities depending on the game. What makes eggs feel magical is that they turn collecting into waiting. A trainer carries an egg through roots, towns, caves and bridges, and eventually it hatches. The newborn Pokémon arrives not through a dramatic battle, but through steps taken together. There is something very sleepy and tender about that. A life begins because someone kept walking. Ditto is famous for breeding, because it can breed with many Pokémon that are otherwise difficult to pair. It is also famous for Transform, a move that lets it copy the opponent's appearance and many battle traits. Ditto is simple in shape, almost a smiling blob, but conceptually it is one of the strangest Pokémon. It is identity made soft. It can become almost anything, yet remains unmistakably itself. That is a very Pokémon kind of paradox. Gender differences appear in many Pokémon species, but not all. Some differences are subtle, like the size of a spot, the length of a horn, or the shape of a feature. Others are dramatic, such as male and female forms with different appearances or evolutions. Nidoran is especially interesting, because male and female forms have been treated as separate Pokédex entries since the earliest generation. Later games explored gender differences in more visual detail. It is another way the world becomes layered, without always needing a grand explanation. Tyrogue evolves based on the relationship between its attack and defense stats. If its attack is higher, it can become Hitmonlee. If its defense is higher, it can become Hitmonchan. If the stats are equal, it can become Hitmontop. This is a beautifully tidy evolution concept because the form reflects the body's balance. Kicking, punching, or spinning all come from the same small fighting type, depending on how its strengths settle. It is almost like a quiet lesson in posture. Mantike evolves into Mantine when levelled up with Remoraid in the party in many games. That condition is unusual because it reflects Mantine's design, where Remoraid is often associated with it like a small fish companion beneath a ray. Evolution here is not only about the Pokémon itself, it is about another creature being nearby. That makes the world feel ecological. Some forms depend on relationships, not just levels or stones. Nincada has one of the strangest evolution results in the series. In many games, when Nincada evolves into Ninjask, a Shedinja can also appear if the party has an empty slot and the right conditions are met. Shedinja is the empty shell left behind, a bug and ghost type with only one hit point and the famous Wonder Guard ability. The fact feels almost like folklore. A cicada-like creature evolves and its shed skin becomes a ghost. It is eerie, elegant, and unforgettable. Inkei's original evolution method is famously unusual. To evolve Inkei into Malamar in the games where this method is used, the system is held upside down as it levels up. That fact feels playful in a very literal way. The creature itself is associated with inversion, with a squid-like body that becomes something darker and more commanding. The method makes the trainer perform the idea physically. Evolution is not only watched, it is enacted. Pancham evolves into Pangoro when it levels up while a Dark-type Pokémon is in the party. That condition suits Pangoro's personality, because Pangoro has a rough, intimidating presence and a dark and fighting type identity. Pancham is small and trying to look tough. Pangoro becomes the real thing. The requirement makes the evolution feel like influence. The little Pokémon grows into a harsher form when travelling beside darkness. Galarian Farfetch'd evolves into Sirfetch'd after landing a certain number of critical hits in a single battle in Pokémon Sword and Shield. This is one of the most characterful evolution methods, because it turns evolution into a feat of focus. Sirfetch'd is knightly, proud, and tied to its leek like a weapon. The method asks Galarian Farfetch'd to prove itself in battle before becoming that noble form. It is strange, specific, and oddly dignified. Milcery evolves into alchemy through spinning, with the sweet it holds and the time or style of the spin affecting the resulting form in Pokémon Sword and Shield. That evolution feels almost like making dessert. Alchemy is not only a fairy-type green Pokémon, it is a celebration of small variations, flavours, decorations, and presentation. Few evolutions feel so gentle, so playful, and so connected to a little physical ritual. It is one of the softest facts in the series. Burmy evolves differently depending on sex and cloak. A female Burmy evolves into Wormadam, and Wormadam's form depends on the cloak Burmy had. A male Burmy evolves into Mothim. Burmy's cloak changes based on the environment, which makes its evolution feel tied to where it has been. The Pokémon carries the route, cave, or building around itself, and that history can shape what it becomes. It is a small creature wrapped in memory. Phoebus evolving into Milotic is one of the classic stories of hidden beauty. In older games, Phoebus could evolve through beauty-related conditions, while later methods often involve a prism scale and trading. Phoebus itself looks plain and awkward, sometimes compared to Magikarp in spirit. Milotic is graceful and admired. The transformation is powerful because it does not say beauty was absent. It says beauty was hidden, waiting for the right conditions to appear. Magikarp is famous for seeming weak, especially because Splash usually does no damage. Yet Magikarp evolves into Gyarados, a fierce water and flying type with a dramatic serpentine form. This is one of Pokemon's oldest and most satisfying lessons. A creature that looks nearly useless may carry enormous potential. Magikarp is not only a joke, it is patience disguised as comedy. To raise one is to believe in a future that is not visible yet. Gyarados itself is not a dragon type in its ordinary form, even though it looks like something that could belong among dragons. Like Charizard, it reminds us that appearance and typing are not always identical. Gyarados is water and flying, a combination that gives it a strange relationship to storms, rage, and sweeping motion. Its design draws on mythic sea serpent imagery, but the type chart gives it its own identity. Pokémon often works best when it almost matches expectation, and then tilts slightly away. Shiny Pokémon are alternate colour Pokémon, and they were introduced in Generation 2. The red Gyarados at the Lake of Rage is one of the most famous early examples, because it is encountered as part of the story, making the concept visible even to trainers who might never randomly find one. Shiny odds have changed across games and methods, so it is safest to say they are rare rather than attach one number to every era. Their magic is simple. The familiar suddenly appears unfamiliar, and a routine encounter becomes a memory. Abilities were introduced in Generation 3, giving Pokémon passive traits that could affect battle or the overworld. Levitate can grant immunity to ground-type moves. Intimidate can lower an opposing Pokémon's attack when entering battle. Static can sometimes paralyze a foe that makes contact. Abilities make species feel more individual. Two Pokémon with similar stats and moves can behave differently because of one quiet trait. Later, hidden abilities added even more variation, making familiar Pokémon feel newly discoverable. Natures were introduced in Generation 3 as well. A nature can increase one stat's growth and decrease another, while some natures are neutral. Natures also help give a Pokémon a small sense of personality. Adamant, timid, modest, jolly, calm, bold, and many others are not only mechanical labels. They are words that make a Pokémon feel a little more alive. A timid Gengar and an adamant Gengar may share a species, but the words invite you to imagine them differently. The physical and special move split arrived in Generation 4. Before that change, whether a move was physical or special depended on its type. After the split, individual moves were categorized as physical or special based on the move itself. This was a major shift in battle design. It allowed moves like Thunder Punch to be physical and Thunderbolt to be special, matching the action more naturally. The change helped many Pokémon use their stats in more sensible ways. Double battles were introduced in Generation 3 and changed the feeling of battle by placing 2 Pokémon on each side at once. Suddenly, moves could affect partners, opponents, or the whole field. Abilities and strategies could combine. Protect became more important. Earthquake became powerful but dangerous beside the wrong ally. Double battles make Pokémon feel less like isolated duels and more like choreography. 2 companions stand side by side and the turn becomes a small dance of timing. Weather has long been important in Pokémon battles. Rain strengthens water-type moves and weakens fire-type moves. Sunlight strengthens fire-type moves and weakens water-type moves, while also interacting with moves like Solar Beam, Sandstorms and Hail, later joined or adjusted by snow in newer systems, shape battles in their own ways. Weather turns the battlefield into an environment rather than a blank space. It reminds you that Pokémon do not battle in a vacuum. The sky matters. Terrain effects add another layer. Electric terrain, grassy terrain, psychic terrain, and misty terrain can change what happens on the ground beneath Pokémon. They can boost certain move types, prevent certain status conditions, or affect priority moves depending on the terrain. The idea is beautiful because it makes the battlefield feel alive underfoot. Not only the sky, but the ground has a mood. A battle can be held beneath rain, under sunlight across mist, or on a field humming with electricity. Status conditions are some of the oldest battle facts in Pokémon. Sleep, paralysis, poison, burn and freeze each change a battle in a different way. Sleep makes a Pokémon unable to act for a time. Paralysis can slow and sometimes prevent action. Poison and burn wear a Pokémon down, while burn also affects physical attack in many games. Freeze is rare and dramatic. These conditions make battle feel less like simple strength and more like circumstance. Even a powerful Pokémon can be softened by a small condition. The Pokéball itself is one of the most important objects in the series. It is simple, round, red and white in its classic form, and instantly understood. But there are many kinds of Pokéballs, each with different uses or themes. Great Balls and Ultra Balls improve ordinary catching power. The Master Ball is famous for its near-perfect certainty in ordinary catching situations. Netballs help with water and bug types. Dusk Balls help in caves or at night in many games. Luxury Balls make friendship grow more easily in several games. Each ball feels like a different way of asking a Pokémon to come along. Apricorn Balls connect especially to Johto and to older crafting traditions. Apricorns can be turned into special Pokeballs such as the Lure Ball, Moon Ball, Friend Ball, Level Ball, Heavy Ball, Fast Ball, and Love Ball. These balls feel handmade compared with the clean, modern image of ordinary Pokeballs. They give Johto a slower, older texture. A trainer gathers something from a tree, gives it to a craftsman, waits, and receives a tool shaped by nature and skill. It is one of the coziest details in the series. The Pokédex is more than a list. It is an in-world encyclopedia, a record of species, observations, heights, weights, types, and strange descriptions. Some Pokédex entries are calm and biological, others are eerie, exaggerated, or mythic. Drifloon is associated with unsettling stories about carrying children away. Litwick is described in ways connected to life energy. Macago's body temperature has famously extreme descriptions. It is best to treat Pokédex entries as in world flavour, not always as laboratory measurement, but they reveal how people in the Pokémon world talk about wonder and fear. Unown is one of the strangest Pokémon because it is shaped like written symbols. In the modern National Pokédex, Unown has forms representing the alphabet and later punctuation forms as well. It is psychic type, associated with ruins, ancient writing, and mystery. Unown makes language feel alive. It suggests that symbols are not only marks on a wall, but creatures. Few Pokémon are so simple in battle and so enormous in atmosphere. A single Unown is small. A swarm of them feels like an ancient sentence waking up. Smeargle can learn Sketch, a move that permanently copies the last move used by the target, depending on the rules of the specific game. This gives Smeargle access to an unusually wide range of moves. The fact fits its design perfectly. Smeargle is an artist Pokémon, carrying paint on its tail. It learns by imitation, turning observed action into its own technique. In a sleepy way, Smeargle is a reminder that copying can be a form of creativity when the copier is an artist. Metronome is one of the most unpredictable moves. When used, it calls a random move from a broad pool, with some restrictions depending on the game. Clefairy is strongly associated with it, and the move has a playful, magical feeling. Metronome turns a turn into a surprise. It might produce something small, something strange, or something enormous. The user lifts its little fingers, waves them back and forth, and lets chance decide. It is battle as a dream. Transform belongs most famously to Ditto and Mew. It allows the user to copy the target's form and many battle characteristics. Transform is fascinating because it makes identity temporary. The Pokémon becomes another Pokémon, but only for the battle. Ditto's whole existence is built around that softness of shape. Mew's ability to learn many moves and use Transform connects to its mythic flexibility. Both creatures make the idea of form feel less fixed. Porygon is an artificial Pokémon created from computer data. That made it unusual from the beginning, especially among so many creatures based on animals, plants, myths, and natural forces. Porygon evolves into Porygon 2, and later into Porygon Z, with upgrades that make the line feel like software changing over time. It is one of the clearest examples of the Pokémon world blending biology with technology. Porygon does not come from a forest or sea, it comes from code, and yet it still becomes a companion. Rotom is an electric and ghost type Pokémon, known for entering appliances and changing forms. It can inhabit a washing machine, a microwave oven, a refrigerator, a fan, or a lawnmower, gaining forms associated with different move types. Later, Rotom also became strongly associated with devices such as the Rotom Pokédex and other helpful tools. Rotom is charming because it turns household objects into mischievous companions. It makes technology feel haunted, but in a playful way. Cast form changes form depending on weather. In sun, rain and hail in many games, it takes on forms linked to fire, water and ice. Its ability forecast causes these transformations. Cast form is a little weather lesson in Pokémon form. It is not the strongest or grandest creature, but it embodies atmosphere. The sky changes, and cast form changes with it. That fact is gentle and almost poetic. Some Pokémon carry weather inside their design. Cast form carries weather on its body. Cherrim also changes with sunlight through its flower gift ability in many games. In overcast form, it stays closed and quiet. In sunshine form, it opens into a cheerful blossom. Cherrim is a small reminder that conditions matter. The same creature can seem shy under one sky and radiant under another. Pokémon often uses forms this way, not as separate beings, but as different expressions of the same being. A change in light can change the way a Pokémon appears to the world. Shellos and Gastrodon have different forms depending on whether they are found in the East or West Sea areas of Sinnoh and related regions. The difference is visual rather than a change in type. This is a quiet ecological detail. It suggests that geography shapes appearance, even when the species remains the same. A trainer who notices the pink and blue forms is noticing regional variation before the later idea of regional forms became more formal. The world was already making room for local difference. Regional forms became a named idea in Alola. Alolan Vulpix and Ninetales became Ice type and Ice and Fairy type, trading Foxfire warmth for snowy elegance. Alolan Exeggutor became Grass and Dragon, with a huge neck reaching toward the tropical sun. Alolan Marowak became Fire and Ghost, carrying a very different cultural and spiritual feeling from ordinary Marowak. These forms are fascinating because they let familiar species tell new stories. The old creature is still recognisable, but the region has changed its life. Galarian forms continued that idea with Pokémon such as Galarian Meowth, Galarian Zigzagoon, Galarian Ponyta, and Galarian Weezing. Some regional forms also gained new evolutions, such as Obstagoon from Galarian Linoone and Safetch'd from Galarian Farfetch'd. This made regional form not only a new coat of paint, but a new evolutionary path. It suggests that environment can open futures that did not exist elsewhere. A species goes to a new place, and that place changes what it can become. Paldean forms and convergent species added more ways to think about resemblance. Wiglet resembles Diglett, but is not simply a regional Diglett. It is a different Pokémon with a similar body plan, like a separate life form arriving at a similar shape. Toedscool and Toedscruel resemble Tentacool and Tentacruel, while being different species with grass and ground typing. These designs play with expectations. They say the Pokémon world, like the real natural world, can produce similarity through different origins. Legendary Pokémon are often treated as rare, powerful creatures tied to myth, nature, or the structure of the world. Articuno, Zapdos and Moltres are the classic legendary birds of Kanto, associated with ice, lightning and fire. Lugia and Ho-Oh hover over Johto's legends. Groudon, Kyogre and Rayquaza shape Hoenn's elemental myth. Dialga, Palkia and Giratina reach into cosmic territory. Legendary Pokémon are not all the same kind of being, but they all make the world feel larger than ordinary roots. Mythical Pokémon are a special category, often distributed through events or special encounters, and they usually carry an extra sense of rarity. Mew, Celebi, Jirachi, Deoxys, Manaphy, Darkrai, Shaymin, Arceus, Victini, and many others belong to this broad tradition. Mythical Pokémon often feel like whispers just outside ordinary travel. They are not merely strong, they are elusive, ceremonial, or story-shaped. A mythical Pokémon can make the whole world feel as if there is always one more hidden door. Celebi is associated with time travel and forests. It is a small psychic and grass type mythical Pokémon, often imagined as appearing in peaceful woods and moving through time. Celebi's importance is not in size or intimidation, it is in gentleness and temporal mystery. A creature can be tiny and still connected to ages. Celebi feels like a forest remembering itself, a green little presence slipping between past and future, as softly as leaves falling. Jirachi is associated with wishes, and is said to awaken for short periods after long sleep. It is steel and psychic type, a combination that gives it both celestial delicacy and metallic resilience. The wish motif makes Jirachi one of the softest mythical Pokémon to think about at night. It is not simply rare, it is tied to longing, hope, and the idea that some sleeping things carry promises. A star-shaped Pokémon that sleeps and wakes to wishes fits perfectly into a bedtime journey. Darkrai is associated with nightmares, but it is not simply evil. Its power causes bad dreams, and stories around it often frame it as isolated because of that power. Cresselia, by contrast, is associated with pleasant dreams and lunar calm. Together they form a dream pair, one dark and one soothing. Darkrai is a reminder that frightening powers do not always equal malice. Sometimes a Pokémon's nature makes it feared, even when the deeper story is more lonely than wicked. Arceus is known as the Alpha Pokémon, and is tied to creation myths in the Pokémon world. It is connected with the beginning of the universe in Sinnoh's mythology. Arceus can change type when holding certain plates in many games, and those plates carry inscriptions that deepen the mythic feeling. Arceus is one of the places where Pokémon becomes almost religious in tone. A creature is no longer only a companion or battler, it becomes a question about origin. The late guardians of Sinnoh, Yuxi, Mesprit, and Azelf are associated with knowledge, emotion, and willpower. That trio is quietly beautiful because it treats inner life as something almost elemental. Knowledge lets beings understand. Emotion lets beings feel. Willpower lets beings act. The late guardians are small and calm in appearance, but their concepts are enormous. They suggest that the mind is made of separate gifts, and that a world needs all of them to be whole. The Unova dragons Reshiram and Zekrom are associated with truth and ideals. Kyurem is connected to the absence or remainder between them, and later forms combine Kyurem with either Reshiram or Zekrom. This legendary story is about division and incompleteness. It feels less like simple elemental myth, and more like philosophy. What is true? What is ideal? What remains when a whole is split apart? Pokémon can be very gentle, but it can also carry surprisingly abstract ideas inside creature designs. Xerneas and Yveltal in Kalos are tied to life and destruction. Xerneas is associated with life energy, while Yveltal is associated with absorbing life energy when its own life ends. Zygarde watches over ecological balance and its different forms deepen that idea. Kalos is beautiful on the surface, but its legends are severe. Life and death are not treated as simple opposites there. They are part of a balance that can become terrifying when someone tries to control it. The Tapu of Alola are guardian deities of the islands: Tapu Koko, Tapu Lele, Tapu Bulu, and Tapu Fini. Each is tied to an island and carries a fairy type along with another type. They are guardians, but not gentle in a simple way. They can be playful, stern, mysterious, or dangerous. Their designs fold into shell like totems, making them feel both creature and sacred object. Alola's mythology feels local and embodied. Each island has a presence watching over it. Ultra Beasts are strange beings from Ultra Space, introduced in Alola. They are not ordinary legendary Pokémon in feeling, even when they are rare and powerful. Neolego, Buzzwole, Pheromosa, Circuitry, Celesteela, Kartana, Guzzlord, and others feel alien. Their designs often push beyond the familiar animal logic of many Pokémon. Ultra Beasts matter because they let the series imagine life that does not quite belong to the known world. They are not just rare, they are wrong in an interesting way. Paradox Pokémon in Paldea are creatures associated with ancient past or distant future themes. Great Tusk and Iron Treads are early examples connected to Donphan-like forms, while many others echo familiar species through prehistoric or futuristic designs. The word paradox suits them because they seem like versions of known Pokémon displaced from ordinary time. They make the world feel unstable in a fascinating way. A familiar silhouette appears, but it belongs to another age, or perhaps another possibility. Fossil Pokémon have been part of the series since the beginning. Omanite, Omastar, Kabuto, Kabutops, and Aerodactyl are classic revived ancient species. Later regions added more fossils such as Lileep, Anorith, Cranidos, Shieldon, Tortuga, Archon, Tyrant, Amora, and others. Fossil Pokémon make the world feel old. They suggest there were ecosystems long before the current routes and towns. Reviving a fossil is not only receiving a Pokémon, it is waking a piece of prehistory. The Galar fossil Pokémon are especially strange because they are mismatched combinations of fossil parts. Dracozolt, Arctozolt, Dracovish, and Arctovish look awkward and uncanny because they are revived from parts that do not seem naturally matched. Their designs play with the history of fossil mistakes and reconstruction. They are funny, but also a little sad. They ask what happens when science brings life back, without fully understanding the life it is restoring. Some Pokémon are based on real animals, but very rarely in a plain one-to-one way. Pidgey is bird-like, Rattata is rodent-like, Ekans is snake-like, and Seal is seal-like. But even simple early Pokémon are stylized through type, behaviour, and world logic. Later designs become more layered, drawing from myths, objects, foods, machines, extinct animals, folklore, and language. Pokémon design often begins with recognition, then adds a twist. You see something familiar, then the world makes it stranger. Some Pokémon are based on objects, and those designs are often more thoughtful than they first appear. Magnemite combines magnets, screws, and electricity into a floating metal creature. Voltorb resembles a Pokeball, turning the catching tool into a creature that might surprise you. Honage is a haunted sword. Klefki is a key ring that collects keys. Sinistay is tea-haunted by a spirit. Object Pokémon remind us that in this world, life can gather around tools, symbols, and possessions. The ordinary can wake up. Ghost-type Pokémon often carry some of the strangest and saddest flavour. Gengar is playful and eerie. Mimikyu hides beneath a rag because it wants to be loved, and because its true appearance is dangerous to see. Phantomp is tied to stories of lost children becoming tree stumps. Yamask carries a mask said to resemble its former face in some descriptions. These facts are not sleepy because they are cheerful. They are sleepy because they are soft little shadows, stories best spoken slowly in the dark. Mimikyu's disguise is modelled after Pikachu because Pikachu is so widely loved. That single fact makes Mimikyu one of the most emotionally direct Pokémon. It is a ghost and fairy type that wants affection enough to hide beneath an imitation. The design is cute, unsettling, and sad at the same time. Mimikyu is a reminder that popularity can cast a shadow. Even in a world full of adorable creatures, there can be loneliness. Cubone is famous for wearing a skull on its head, and its Pokédex story has long been associated with mourning its mother. Cubone evolves into Marowak, and a Alolan Marowak becomes fire and ghost type, deepening the spiritual feeling of the line. Cubone's fact is old, simple, and heartbreaking. A small Pokémon carries grief as armour. It turns loss into identity. The series often keeps its saddest details inside creatures that still look small enough to hold. Lapras is known as a gentle transport Pokémon that carries people across water. In earlier Pokédex lore, it was described as having been overhunted, while later descriptions often present it as recovering in number. Lapras is beloved because it feels safe. Its large body, soft eyes, and song-like cry make it seem like a ferry through a quiet sea. It is one of those Pokémon that turns travel itself into companionship. Snorlax is famous for sleeping, eating, and blocking roads. It is enormous, peaceful, and inconvenient in the most charming way. A sleeping Snorlax on a route is both an obstacle and a mood. It asks the world to slow down around it. The Pokéflute waking Snorlax in Kanto is one of the most memorable early interactions because it turns progress into a lullaby reversed. First, the Pokémon sleeps. Then, music wakes it. Tonight, we can let it sleep again. Jigglypuff is associated with singing others to sleep, then becoming annoyed when its audience falls asleep and drawing on their faces. That little contradiction is perfect. Jigglypuff wants to perform, but its performance is too effective. It creates sleep and resents sleep at the same time. In the animated stories, this made Jigglypuff both funny and strangely sympathetic. It is a tiny singer whose talent prevents applause. Slowpoke is famous for being slow to react. Its tail is also associated with sweetness and with Shelder biting it, leading to Slowbro's evolution in many depictions. Slowpoke can evolve into Slowbro or Slowking under different conditions. The line is gentle because it treats slowness almost like wisdom. Slowpoke does not hurry. Slowbro seems unaware of its own strange partnership. Slowking gains a more thoughtful presence. The whole line feels like a nap beside water. Psyduck suffers from headaches, and its psychic-like power often appears when that pain intensifies, even though Psyduck itself is water type. That tension between appearance, type and ability makes Psyduck memorable. It is confused, stressed, and strangely powerful. Psyduck is a comedy creature, but also a little portrait of overwhelm. Something hurts in its head, and when the pressure grows too much, power comes out. Farfetch'd famously carries a leak, and its original name and concept play with a Japanese expression about something unlikely or convenient. The Pokémon itself is a bird with a plant stalk used as a tool. In Galar, Farfetch'd becomes more martial, and Sirfetch'd turns the leek into a knightly weapon and shield like leaf. This is a perfect example of Pokémon taking a joke or phrase and letting it grow into character, culture, and evolution. Kangaskhan has a baby in its pouch, and that baby became especially notable when Mega Kangaskhan brought the child into battle more actively. The species has always carried parenthood visibly in its design. That makes Kangaskhan unusual among early Pokémon, because family is part of the model. It is not just an animal with an implied life cycle, it is a parent and child in one image. Pokémon often suggests family through breeding, but Kangaskhan wears it on its body. Tauros and Miltank are counterpart like bovine Pokémon, one all male in many games, and the other all female. Miltank's milk drink and Whitney's famous Miltank in Johto made the species memorable to many trainers. Tauros later received Paldeon forms, giving the old Kanto bull new regional identities. These facts show how the series can keep returning to old species and finding new angles. A simple bull Pokémon can become part of a region's culture decades later. The three original legendary birds have regional forms in Galar. Galarian Articuno is psychic and flying, Galarian Zapdos is fighting and flying, and Galarian Moltres is dark and flying. These forms are especially interesting because they keep the names and bird-like grandeur while changing the elemental identities. They feel like legends retold in another land. The Thunderbird becomes a fighting runner, the Icebird becomes psychic and elegant, the Firebird becomes dark and smouldering. The first partner Pokémon of each region do more than offer choices, they establish mood. Chikorita, Cyndaquil and Totodile make Johto feel gentle, warm and playful. Trico, Torchic and Mudkip fit Hoen's forests, heat and wetlands. Turtwig, Chimchar and Piplup match Sinnoh's grounded, fiery and icy water feeling. Starters are introductions to a region's emotional climate. Choosing one is not only choosing a type advantage, it is choosing the first voice that will walk beside you. Some starter evolutions gain secondary types that change their identity. Blaziken becomes fire and fighting. Empoleon becomes water and steel. Decidueye becomes grass and ghost in Alola, while its Hisuian form becomes grass and fighting. Primarina becomes water and fairy. Meowscarada becomes grass and dark. These changes make the final form feel like a story arc. A small companion begins as an elemental friend, then grows into a specialist with a more specific role in the world. Regional starter trios often follow design themes. The Unova starters eventually become a regal serpent, an armoured boar, and a sea lion like Samurai. The Kalos starters become associated with fantasy roles, Chesnaught as a knightly guardian, Delphox as a mage like Fox, and Greninja as a ninja like Frog. These themes are not always officially framed in simple words, but the designs clearly invite them. Starter evolutions often become archetypes, letting a childhood companion grow into a storybook figure. Greninja is water and dark type, and its tongue forms a scarf-like shape around its neck. It became especially famous through Ash Greninja in animated stories and through its popularity among fans. Greninja's design works because it combines speed, stealth, and a surprising bit of anatomy. The scarf is not cloth, it is part of the creature. Pokémon designs often do this. Something that looks like clothing turns out to be biological, making style and body the same thing. Lucario is fighting and steel type and is associated with aura. It can sense aura and use it in attacks such as Aura Sphere. Lucario has a calm, disciplined presence, almost like a martial artist who listens before moving. It also received Mega Evolution in Kalos-related games. Lucario's popularity comes partly from that blend of loyalty, mystery, and focus. It feels powerful, but not wild. It feels like strength that has learned to breathe. Zoroark is Dark-type and famous for illusions. It can disguise itself as another Pokémon through its illusion ability in many games. Hisuian Zoroark changes type to normal and ghost, giving it a paler, more vengeful feeling. Illusion as a battle trait is fascinating because it affects perception before damage. The opponent may think they are facing one Pokémon, only for the truth to reveal itself later. Zoroark is deception made elegant. Absol is often misunderstood in its own world. It appears before disasters, but that does not mean it causes them. It senses coming danger, and people may blame it because it arrives near misfortune. That fact gives Absol a melancholy dignity. It is a warning mistaken for a curse. Its white fur, dark blade-like horn, and lonely mountain presence make it feel like a creature that carries bad news no one wants to hear. Dratini, Dragonair, and Dragonite form one of the earliest dragon-type evolutionary lines. Dratini begins as a small serpentine creature. Dragonair becomes graceful and mystical, and Dragonite becomes a large, friendly-looking orange dragon with wings. The final shift surprises some people, because Dragonair and Dragonite look so different in mood. But that surprise is part of the charm. Evolution is not always a straight visual line. Sometimes it is a strange leap from elegance to warmth. Dragon type was once among the rarest and most intimidating types. Early on, the Dratini line was the main dragon family. Later generations expanded dragon type widely, adding creatures such as Salamence, Flygon, Garchomp, Hydreigon, Gudra, Noivern, Dragapult, and many more. Fairy type's arrival later gave dragons a new major weakness. This long arc makes dragon type feel like a history of power being gradually challenged, diversified and balanced. Pseudo-legendary is a fan term often used for certain powerful 3-stage Pokémon lines with very high base stat totals, such as Dragonite, Tyranitar, Salamence, Metagross, Garchomp, Hydreigon, Gudra, Kommo-o, Dragapult, and Baxcalibur. The term is not the same as being an official legendary Pokémon. This distinction matters. These Pokémon are rare and powerful, but they are still breedable species within the ordinary world. They feel legendary without belonging to the legendary category. Tyranitar is rock and dark type, evolving from Larvitar through Pupitar. Its design feels like a mountain becoming a monster, with armour, spikes, and an almost kaiju-like presence. Larvitar begins small and hungry, Pupitar becomes sealed and transitional, and Tyranitar emerges as a massive force. The line is satisfying because it treats growth as hardening. A small creature eats, withdraws, transforms, and becomes something that can reshape the land around it. Metagross is steel and psychic type, formed from the combination of Beldum into Metang, and then Metagross. Its intelligence is often emphasized, and its body resembles a powerful mechanical creature with a cross-like metal face. Metagross feels less like an animal and more like a living supercomputer made of iron. Its line gives Hone one of its strangest forms of strength, not elemental weather, not ancient sea, but thought inside metal. Garchomp is dragon and ground type, with a design that blends dragon, shark, and land predator. It is famously fast and powerful, especially associated with champion Cynthia and Sinnoh. Gibble begins small and almost comical, Gabbit becomes sharper, and Garchomp becomes a terrifying final form. Cynthia's Garchomp is memorable because it turns one species into a symbol of a whole champion's strength. Sometimes a Pokémon becomes legendary in memory, without being legendary by category. Shedinja's Wonder Guard ability allows it to be hit only by super effective damaging moves and certain other effects, depending on the game. Because Shedinja has only one hit point, it is both fragile and strangely protected. That contradiction makes it one of the most interesting Pokémon ever made. It can survive attacks that would defeat others, then faint from the smallest correct touch. It is the ghost of an empty shell, and its mechanics feel exactly like that. Wobbuffet is known for counter-attacking rather than striking first with ordinary offence. Moves like Counter and Mirror Coat let it return damage based on what it receives. Its Shadow Tag ability in many games can prevent foes from escaping. Wobbuffet's design is simple and funny, but the battle idea is unusual. It waits, it endures, it answers. Even its shape, with a dark tail that seems mysterious, suggests that the visible blue body might not be the whole story. Delibird is a present, carrying Ice and Flying type Pokémon, famous for the move Present, which can damage or sometimes heal. It feels like a winter holiday joke turned into a creature. Later, Iron Bundle appeared in Paldea as a futuristic paradox Pokémon resembling Delibird. That connection is amusing and strange. A small gift-giving bird becomes the inspiration for a metallic future form, turning a light-hearted design into something uncanny. Volcarona evolves from Larvesta and is Bug and Fire type. In Unova, Volcarona has an almost sun-like presence, and it can be found in a place that feels ancient and hidden. Its design draws on moth imagery and radiant fire, giving it the feeling of a small sun with wings. Bug-type Pokémon are often seen as humble early companions, but Volcarona shows the type can become majestic. A larva can become a solar moth. Snom and Frostmoth are gentle examples of beauty arriving through friendship and night. Snom evolves into Frostmoth with high friendship at night in Pokémon Sword and Shield. Snom itself became beloved for its tiny, simple appearance, while Frostmoth is graceful and pale. The evolution condition feels perfect. The little ice and bug type grows into a moth not through harshness, but through care in the dark. That is exactly the kind of fact that belongs beside sleep. Noibat evolves into Noivern, a flying and dragon type associated with sound. Noivern's large ears and sound-based attacks make it feel like a creature of echoes and caves. Its design blends bat and dragon in a way that feels natural. Sound is one of the less visible forces in Pokémon design, but Noivern makes it bodily. It flies through darkness, not only with wings, but with listening. Tinkaton is Fairy and Steel type, known for carrying an enormous hammer. Its line, beginning with Tinkatink and Tinkatuff, gathers metal and grows into a small Pokémon with a huge tool. The contrast is funny and powerful. A tiny body carries oversized force. Tinkaton's design also plays with Fairy type not as delicate sweetness, but as mischief, craft and danger. Fairy does not always mean soft. Sometimes Fairy means clever and armed. Clodsire is the Paldean evolution of Paldean Wooper, and it is poison and ground type. Ordinary Wooper is water and ground, but the Paldean form adapted differently, leading to Clodsire's broad, relaxed design. Clodsire became loved for its simple, calm shape. It looks like a creature at peace with being low to the ground. Some Pokémon are exciting because they are majestic. Clodsire is comforting because it seems perfectly content. Dunsparce was a famously odd normal type for many years before receiving an evolution, Dunsparce in Paldea. Dunsparce keeps the joke gentle by looking very much like Dunsparce, only longer, with 2-segment and 3-segment forms. That restraint is what makes it funny. After years of waiting, the evolution did not become a dragon or a dramatic beast. It became more Dunsparce. Sometimes Pokémon humour is not transformation, but commitment. Breezeraf is the evolution of Girafarig, introduced in Paldea. Girafarig had long been unusual because its tail had its own small head. Breezeraf brings the tail head forward into a protective hood-like structure around the main head. The name is a palindrome-like extension of Girafarig's own symmetrical name idea. It is a clever evolution because it does not abandon the original concept, it folds it around itself. Annihilape evolves from Primeape after using the move Rage Fist enough times in Pokémon Scarlet and Violet. It becomes fighting and ghost type, suggesting that Primeape's rage has crossed beyond ordinary life. This is one of the darker late evolutions given to an old species. Primeape was always defined by anger. Annihilape asks what happens when that anger goes too far. The answer is a ghostly fighter, still furious, but changed into something haunting. Kingambit evolves from Bisharp through a condition involving defeating certain Bisharp that lead groups of Pawniard in Pokémon Scarlet and Violet. The evolution is Dark and Steel type, and its design makes the line feel like a hierarchy of blades. Pawniard is a small soldier, Bisharp is a commander, and Kingambit becomes a seated warlord-like figure. It is a rare evolution method that ties growth to status among others of its kind. Evolution becomes leadership taken by force. The move Splash is famous because it usually does nothing. Magikarp, Hoppip, Spoink, and other Pokémon can use it in various games. Its uselessness became a joke, but the joke is part of Pokémon's texture. Not every move has to feel grand. Some actions are silly, weak, or situational. Splash makes room for helplessness in a battle system built around power. And because Magikarp can later become Gyarados, the useless move becomes part of a larger story about patience. The move Fly allows a Pokémon to rise on one turn and attack on the next in battle. And in many games, it also served as a way to travel quickly to places already visited. Surf is similar in that it is both a battle move and, in older games, an overworld travel tool. These moves made Pokémon feel useful outside battle. A companion was not only a fighter, it could carry you across water, through the sky, past obstacles, and into new places. Hidden machines, often called HMs, were once permanent or difficult to remove moves used for exploration, such as Cut, Surf, Strength, Fly, and Rock Smash. Later games changed or removed the need for HMs in different ways, often replacing them with Ride Pokémon, tools, or other systems. This change reflects a shift in design philosophy. Older adventures tied world progress closely to moves known by party Pokémon. Newer adventures often preserve exploration without making a Pokémon carry a move forever. Pokémon Centres are some of the calmest places in the series. Their music, red roofs, healing counters, and friendly staff create a sense of safety. No matter how dangerous the route was, a Pokémon Centre means rest. Your team is healed without cost in the main games, and the journey can continue. In a sleep script, the Pokémon Center might be the perfect image. Warm lights, quiet machines, a soft chime, and companions return to full health. Pokemarts are another ordinary comfort. They sell Pokeballs, potions, status healers, repels, and many other supplies depending on the game. Their role is practical, but they help make the world feel lived in. A trainer prepares before leaving town. A few items in a bag can turn fear into readiness. Pokémon adventures often alternate between wild uncertainty and small acts of preparation. Buy a potion. Save your money. Step into the grass. Repels are items that help prevent encounters with weaker wild Pokémon for a number of steps, depending on the game and item. They are not glamorous, but they change the rhythm of travel. Sometimes a trainer wants encounters. Sometimes they want quiet passage through a cave. Repels represent the right to choose stillness. They are little bottles of calm in a world where every patch of grass might move. Berries are another soft, natural system in Pokémon. Some berries heal status conditions. Some restore health. Some reduce damage from super effective moves. Some affect contests, curry, sandwiches, or other side systems depending on the game. Berries grow from the world itself, making preparation feel earthy rather than mechanical. A Pokémon holding a berry is like a traveller carrying a snack. It is small, but it can matter. The move False Swipe is famous because it leaves the target with at least one hit point when it would otherwise knock it out. This makes it valuable for catching wild Pokémon. The fact is interesting because it is a move defined by restraint. In a battle system full of attacks, False Swipe is powerful because it stops short. It is the move of someone trying not to harm too much. That makes it oddly gentle. Sleep Powder, Spore, Hypnosis, Sing, and Yawn are all moves associated with putting foes to sleep, though their accuracy and conditions vary. Spore is especially notable for its reliability in many games, while Sing is charmingly tied to musical Pokémon like Jigglypuff. Sleep as a status condition can be strategic, but it also belongs to the dreamlike side of Pokémon. A battle can pause because a creature closes its eyes. The whole field waits. Some Pokémon names are puns, blends, or references. Ekans is snake spelt backward. Arbok is cobra spelt backward with a spelling change. Muk is simple and sticky. Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres include sounds connected to 1, 2, and 3 in several interpretations of their names. The naming style is part of Pokémon's charm. A good Pokémon name often sounds like a creature, a joke, and a clue at the same time. Many Pokémon cries were originally very simple electronic sounds, shaped by the limits and personality of the Game Boy. Over time, the cries became clearer and more varied, but the early ones have a strange beauty. They are not realistic animal noises. They are little digital signatures. Each Pokémon had to be recognised through a burst of sound, a few notes or textures in the dark. Nostalgia often lives in those cries because they are so small and distinct. The sound of a shiny Pokémon appearing has become one of the most memorable sound cues in the series. A sparkle, a pause, a sudden realisation. Because shiny Pokémon are rare, the sound can create instant alertness. In a sleep story, we can soften it. Imagine the sparkle far away, not demanding anything, just a little glimmer in the tall grass. A different coloured creature appears, and the night becomes quietly special. The first generation had 151 Pokémon in the National Pokédex, ending with Mew. Later generations expanded the number again and again. This growth is one of the series' defining facts. Pokémon never stayed sealed in its first world. It kept adding regions, species, forms, and variations. Yet the original 151 remain culturally powerful because they were the first doorway. New Pokémon widen the world, but the old ones still feel like home to many people. Missing No is a famous glitch from the earliest games, but it is important to call it what it is. Not an official Pokémon species in the world, but a glitch caused by the game's data behaviour. It became legendary among fans because encountering it felt like finding a forbidden creature outside the Pokédex. Missing No is not canon in the same way Mew is, yet it is part of Pokémon history as a shared experience and a cultural memory. It shows how even mistakes can become myth. The Safari Zone in Kanto changed how catching worked. Instead of battling normally, a trainer used Safari balls and could throw bait or rocks in older versions, with wild Pokémon able to flee. The Safari Zone felt different because it made catching uncertain in a new way. You were not weakening a Pokémon with attacks. You were negotiating distance, patience, and luck. It also introduced a sense of nature preserve, a place where the rules of travel changed. The day and night cycle in Generation 2 made Johto feel alive in time. Certain Pokémon appeared at different hours. Events could happen on particular days. Espeon and Umbreon used time of day in their friendship evolutions. This was a major atmospheric change. The world no longer felt like one endless afternoon. It had mornings, nights, routines, and waiting. A route at night is not the same as a route in daylight, even if the path is unchanged. Seasons appeared in Pokémon Black and White, changing the look of routes, and sometimes opening or closing paths. Deerling and Sawsbuck changed appearance with the seasons. This made Unova feel as if it breathed across months. Snow might cover an area, leaves might change. The same place could become slightly new because time had passed. Seasons are one of the gentlest forms of world building because they do not need explanation, they simply arrive. Deerling and Sawsbuck are normal and grass type Pokémon whose forms reflect spring, summer, autumn and winter. Their seasonal coats turn time into design. A deer already feels tied to forests and cycles, so the changing appearance suits them beautifully. They are not the only Pokémon with forms, but their forms feel especially natural. The world changes, and they change with it. Vivillon has many wing patterns connected to geographic settings in the games, where those forms are determined by location data. This makes Vivillon feel like a butterfly, shaped by the world outside the screen. Its patterns turn global difference into collection. A tiny wing can carry the memory of a place. For many trainers, trading Vivillon forms became a quiet way of noticing that Pokémon is played in many real-world regions by many real people. Spinder is famous for having many possible spot patterns. Its spots are generated in a way that can make individuals look different from one another. Spinder itself is a wobbly panda like Pokémon with dizzy movement, and the unique spot idea suits it perfectly. The species is built around variation. Even a common-looking normal type can carry individuality in its pattern. Minya has a rocky outer shell and colourful core forms. When its Shields Down ability activates, the shell falls away and reveals the colour inside. Minya feels like a meteor with a secret. It begins as stone from the sky, then becomes a bright little core. That transformation is gentle and surprising, like seeing a star crack open and find a colour hidden within. Alchemy has many possible forms depending on its sweet and cream style in Pokémon Sword and Shield. The details can become wonderfully specific. But the simple fact is enough for sleep. One small fairy type can become many decorated versions of itself. Alchemy turns variation into dessert. It is a Pokémon made of cream, colour, sweetness, and a little spinning ritual. Not every form change has to be cosmic. Some can be soft and delicious. Furfrou can have different trims, changing its groomed appearance. Unlike many forms, these trims are about styling rather than battle transformation. Furfrou's fact is about care and presentation. A Pokémon can be groomed into different looks, and those looks become part of the bond between trainer and companion. It is a quiet reminder that not every interaction is battle, capture, or evolution. Sometimes it is grooming. Oricorio has different styles depending on nectar, with forms tied to dancing and different types. Bale style is fire and flying, Pom-Pom style is electric and flying, Pahoo style is psychic and flying, and Sensu style is ghost and flying. Oricorio is a beautiful example of culture and ecology mixing. Nectar changes the bird's style, and style changes its type. Dance becomes biology. Lycanroc has different forms depending on how Rockruff evolves and the time or conditions involved. Midday form, midnight form, and dusk form each carry a different mood. Midday is lean and bright, midnight is more feral and red-eyed, and dusk carries an orange calm between them. One species becomes three expressions of time. Rockruff grows into a form shaped by the hour. Urshifu has two styles, single strike style, which is fighting and dark, and rapid strike style, which is fighting and water. Each style reflects a different martial philosophy. Single strike feels decisive and overwhelming. Rapid strike feels flowing and continuous. Urshifu is interesting because its form is not just a biological variation. It is training made visible. The path chosen shapes the Pokémon. The Pokémon trading card game began as another way to experience Pokémon, with energy cards, evolution cards, trainer cards, and illustrated Pokémon. It has its own rules and history, separate from the video games, but connected by the same creatures. A Pokémon card is a small object that can be held, traded, collected, played, and remembered. Even people who have not played many matches may remember the shine of a holographic card in a binder. Energy in the trading card game is not exactly the same as type in the main games. The card game uses energy types that serve its own rules. Fairy energy existed in the TCG for a period after Fairy type was introduced, while later card eras changed how Fairy Pokémon were represented. This is a careful reminder that Pokémon has multiple systems. A fact in one system may not apply the same way in another. The creatures are shared, but the rules can differ. Pokémon animation helped shape how many people understand the creatures emotionally. Pikachu's refusal to enter a Pokéball in many animated stories, Team Rocket's repeated motto, Jigglypuff's singing, and Charizard's difficult loyalty all became part of the broader cultural memory. The games provide systems and worlds. The animation gives many Pokémon voices, habits, and recurring personalities. Together, they make the franchise feel larger than any single format. Team Rocket in Kanto and Johto is a criminal organisation focused on stealing and exploiting Pokémon. Later villain teams often have different themes. Team Magma and Team Aqua pursue extreme environmental goals around land and sea. Team Galactic reaches toward cosmic control. Team Plasma questions the ethics of Pokémon ownership while hiding more selfish aims. Team Flare is obsessed with beauty, and destruction. The villain teams show that Pokémon stories often ask what happens when human ideas become too rigid. Gym leaders are local specialists, usually associated with a type or theme. Brock uses rock types in Kanto. Misty uses water. Erika uses grass. Sabrina uses psychic. The pattern teaches the type system through personality and place. A gym is not only a battle room, it is a local identity. Later games experiment with this, but the basic idea remains powerful. A town has a leader, the leader has a style, and the battle becomes a lesson. Elite Four members traditionally form a final sequence of powerful specialists before the champion. The champion represents the height of regional battling, but champions vary widely in personality. Lance feels draconic and heroic. Stephen feels elegant and stone-loving. Cynthia feels calm, scholarly, and terrifyingly strong. Alder feels reflective. Diantha is graceful. Leon is famous and theatrical. Champions are not just final obstacles, they are the region's ideal of mastery. Cynthia's Garchomp is one of the most famous champion Pokémon because it is strong, memorable, and associated with a battle many trainers found difficult. But Cynthia herself is also interesting because she studies myths and history. She is not only a battler, she is a person who reads ruins and thinks about legends. That makes her champion identity feel connected to Sinnoh's deeper themes. Power and knowledge stand together. Red, the silent protagonist of the earliest Kanto games, later appears as a powerful trainer on Mount Silver in the Johto games. That encounter is one of the most atmospheric moments in Pokémon. No long speech, no dramatic explanation, just a silent figure waiting in snow at the top of a mountain. The battle feels like meeting a memory of the first journey. It is proof that Pokémon can create awe through restraint. Blue, Red's rival in the Kanto games, is one of the clearest early examples of a rival who pushes the journey forward through arrogance and competition. He becomes champion just before being defeated, making his triumph brief but important. Later appearances show him in other roles, including gym leader. Blue's arc matters because rivals in Pokémon are not always static. Some grow, soften, learn, or change how they stand in the world. Rivals have changed a lot across the series. Some are harsh, some friendly, some anxious, some ambitious, some more like companions than opponents. Silver in Johto has a darker arc tied to learning respect for Pokémon. Wally in Hone grows from fragile beginner to determined battler. Hao in Alola is cheerful and food-loving. Nimona in Paldea is enthusiastic about battling and meeting the trainer's strength. Rivals are mirrors, but each mirror reflects a different kind of growth. Catching Pokémon is based on several factors that can include the species catch rate, the ball used, the Pokémon's remaining health, and status conditions. The exact formula changes across generations, but the feeling remains familiar. Weaken the Pokémon, choose a ball, throw, wait for the shakes. That waiting is one of the most iconic little silences in games. The ball rocks once, twice, maybe again, and for a moment, all action becomes suspense. Critical captures were introduced later as a special catching event where the ball shakes differently and the capture can resolve more quickly. They add a tiny surprise to the familiar ritual. The throw begins like any other, then something changes. The sound is different, the motion is different. The ordinary becomes lucky. Pokémon is full of these small chance moments where routine suddenly becomes memorable. The Master Ball is famous because it is designed to catch without fail in ordinary wild encounters. Because it is usually extremely limited, the question becomes not whether it will work, but when to use it. Many trainers save it for a roaming legendary, a favourite shiny, or simply never use it at all, because the idea of the perfect moment keeps moving away. The Master Ball is certainty wrapped in indecision. Roaming Pokémon are legendary or rare Pokémon that move around the map after being awakened or released in certain games. Entei, Raikou and Suicune in Johto are classic examples, though Suicune receives a more fixed story in Pokémon Crystal. Roaming Pokémon change the feeling of pursuit. Instead of walking to one cave and battling once, a trainer follows traces across routes. The legend is not waiting, it is wandering. The Johto legendary beasts are tied to the story of the Burned Tower and Ho-Oh's revival of 3 nameless Pokémon in the legend told around them. Raikou represents thunder, Entei represents fire, and Suicune represents water or the north wind in different descriptions. Their story feels mournful and sacred. A tower burns, lives are lost. A rainbow Pokémon descends. The dead are given new forms. Johto's legends often feel like bells still ringing after disaster. Ho-Oh is associated with rainbows and renewal, while Lugia is associated with the sea, storms, and the Whirl Islands. They are counterpart legends, but they do not feel like simple opposites. Ho-Oh feels bright, sacred, and skyward. Lugia feels deep, hidden, and oceanic. Together, they give Johto height and depth. One belongs to towers and rainbow wings. The other belongs to islands and underwater silence. The Regis of Hone, Regirock, Regis, and Registeel are sealed behind puzzles involving ancient writing, braille-like messages, and unusual actions. Later, Regigigas was introduced as a master-like figure connected to them, and even later, Regieleki and Regidrago expanded the group. The original Regi puzzles are memorable because they make legendary discovery feel archaeological. You do not simply find a cave. You interpret a message, perform a ritual, and open a sealed chamber. Spiritomb is associated with 108 spirits, bound to an odd keystone. The number has cultural and spiritual resonance, and Spiritomb's ghost and dark typing once gave it no weaknesses before fairy type was introduced. Spiritomb feels like a sealed wrongdoing, a gathering of restless presences held in a stone. Its encounter methods in different games often feel unusual, reinforcing its identity as something that does not appear casually. Rotom's original encounter in Sinnoh happened through a television in the old chateau at night. That detail is wonderfully eerie. A haunted appliance in an abandoned mansion, an electric and ghost type emerging from a screen, a small mischievous spirit inside modern machinery. Rotom became more playful and helpful later, but its first mood was spooky and intimate. Not every ghost needs a graveyard. Some ghosts live in devices. The old chateau itself is one of Sinnoh's quiet haunted places. It contains hints, strange rooms, and ghostly appearances that are never explained too loudly. Pokémon often leave some mysteries soft at the edges. It does not always turn every eerie detail into a long explanation. A figure appears. A room feels wrong. A Pokémon waits in a television. Then the story moves on, leaving the atmosphere behind. Lavender Town in Kanto is one of the earliest examples of Pokémon changing tone. It is home to Pokémon Tower, a place of mourning for deceased Pokémon. The music is famously unsettling, but the deeper fact is that the series made room for grief very early. Pokémon can faint in battle, but the world also acknowledges death in certain stories and places. Lavender Town teaches that companionship includes loss, even in a colourful adventure. Marowak's ghost in Pokémon Tower is one of Kanto's saddest early story moments. It is the spirit of a mother Marowak killed by Team Rocket while protecting Cubone. The ghost cannot be caught, it must be soothed and allowed to rest. This fact matters because it changes the usual rules. Not every encounter is for capture. Some are for release. Some creatures are not asking to join you. They are asking for peace. The Pokémon Mansion on Cinnabar Island contains diary entries connected to Mew and Mewtwo, giving Kanto one of its strongest pieces of environmental storytelling. The ruined mansion is filled with clues rather than a simple explanation. The story of experimentation is discovered through fragments. This makes Mewtwo feel more haunting before it is even encountered. The creature's power is not only in battle, it is in the abandoned evidence of how it came to be. Caves in Pokémon often teach endurance. Empt, Moon, Rock Tunnel, Granite Cave, Chargestone Cave, Reflection Cave, and many others each have their own mood. Some are dark, some glittering, some magnetic, some fossil-rich, some haunted by echoes. Caves also change the encounter table, bringing Zubat, Geodude, Roggenrola, Aron, Noibat, or other species depending on region. A cave is not merely a hallway, it is a different ecosystem under the root. Zubat became infamous because it appears often in many caves, but that frequency also made it familiar. Golbat, evolving into Crobat through friendship, later gave the line a gentle redemption. A Pokémon that once annoyed many trainers can become a fast, loyal partner if raised with care. This is one of Pokémon's best quiet messages. Even the creature you once sighed at can become beloved. Tentacool played a similar role on water routes in older games. Surfing across the sea often meant meeting many Tentacool. Yet Tentacool and Tentacruel are elegant designs, water and poison types that make the ocean feel alive and slightly dangerous. Common encounters are not worthless, they are part of a region's texture. Without Zubat in caves and Tentacool in seas, the world would feel less inhabited. Fishing rods create another rhythm of encounter. The old rod, good rod, and super rod in many games determine what can be caught from water. The old rod is famously associated with Magikarp in early memories, while better rods open the possibility of stronger or rarer Pokémon. Fishing slows the journey down. Stand by water, cast a line, wait for a bite. It is one of Pokémon's simplest calm rituals. The Move Surf is also one of the most beloved travel abilities because it turns water from boundary into pathway. A lake, river, or ocean that once blocked progress becomes open. The Pokémon carrying you becomes a bridge. In older games, seeing the little surfing sprite move across blue tiles created a feeling of expansion. The world had been larger all along. You only needed the right companion to enter it. Flying taxis, ride Pokémon, bicycles, running shoes, roller skates, mounts and other travel systems all change how regions feel. The bicycle theme in many games is bright and energetic. Ride Pokémon in Alola and other systems make travel feel more integrated with local culture. Corridon and Miraidon in Paldea become companions and mounts across a large open world. Travel in Pokémon is not just movement, it is relationship with terrain. The bicycle in the earliest games had a memorable fast theme and made routes feel suddenly quicker. Later bicycles gained gears, tricks, or different uses. In Hone, the Mac Bike and Acro Bike offer different movement styles, one fast and one trick focused. This made even transportation a choice. Do you want speed, or do you want balance and manoeuvring? Pokémon often turns practical tools into personality. Pokémon contests, introduced in Hone, offered a different kind of performance from battle. Pokémon could be judged on categories such as cool, beauty, cute, smart and tough in older contest systems, using moves for appeal rather than damage. Contests made the world feel broader. A Pokémon's value was not only whether it could defeat an opponent, it could perform, charm, and express style. This helped the series imagine companionship beyond victory. Pokeblocks in Hone and Poffins in Sinnoh are food items connected to contest stats and flavour. Making them involves berries and small preparation systems. These details may seem optional, but they help Pokémon feel domestic. Trainers are not only battling, they are cooking, blending, feeding, grooming and preparing. The world has room for care rituals. A journey is made of small meals as well as big battles. Pokémon Amy, Pokémon Refresh, camping, picnics and similar systems across later games expanded direct care. Trainers can pet, feed, clean or play with their Pokémon depending on the game. These systems are not always central to finishing the main story, but they are central to the feeling of companionship. A Pokémon is not only a set of stats, it is a creature that can smile, make faces, eat, shake off water, or fall asleep near you. Camping in Galar lets trainers cook curry with their Pokémon. Different ingredients and berries create different curries, and the Pokémon gather around the pot. This is one of the coziest modern Pokémon facts. A team that battles together can also eat together. After stadium lights and wild weather, there is a tent, a pot, steam rising, and companions waiting for dinner. It is hard to imagine a better bedtime image. Picnics in Paldea continue that gentle direction, letting Pokémon gather outside their balls, play, wash, and share sandwiches. Eggs can appear during picnics under certain conditions. The sandwich system also affects encounters, eggs, and other aspects of exploration. But beneath the mechanics is a calm idea. Stop on a hillside, lay out a cloth, let the team wander nearby. The adventure pauses, and the companions become visible in the open air. Pokémon sizes and forms have become more visible over time. Older games represented creatures with small sprites or fixed models, while newer games can show Pokémon in the overworld with more scale and presence. Pokémon Legends, Arceus and Scarlet, and Violet especially, emphasise seeing Pokémon move in the wild before choosing to engage. This changes the feeling of discovery. The creature is not hidden behind a random transition. It is there, walking, flying, sleeping, or watching. Alpha Pokémon in Hisui are larger, stronger wild Pokémon with glowing red eyes. They create a sense of danger in the open world because a trainer can see them before being ready. An Alpha Snorlax, Rapidash, or Garchomp feels like a landmark as much as a creature. Hisui uses size and presence to restore a little fear to the relationship between people and Pokémon. The wild is not only cute, it is powerful. Noble Pokémon in Hisui are special Pokémon blessed or tied to the region's wardens and local reverence. When frenzied, they become central challenges in the story. Cleaver, Lilligant, Arcanine, Electrode, and Avalugg appear in noble roles. These encounters are not ordinary battles in feeling. They are rituals of calming. The goal is not just to defeat, but to soothe a being overwhelmed by strange power. Cleavor evolves from Scyther in Hisui, with Black Augurite, becoming Bug and Rock type. This gives Scyther a different ancient evolution from Scizor. Scizor is steel, sleek and red. Cleavor is rough, stone-bladed and axe-like. The two evolutions make Scyther feel like a branching ancestor, capable of becoming either metal or stone, depending on era and conditions. Time itself becomes part of evolution. Ursaluna evolves from Ursaring under special conditions involving a peak block and the full moon in Pokémon Legends, Arceus. It is ground and normal type, large and bear-like, with a design that feels old and earthy. Ursaluna later became part of Paldea's wider Pokémon world through special forms and stories. The original Hisuian evolution feels ancient, lunar and muddy, as if the bear has absorbed the ground beneath its paws. Basculegion evolves from Basculin after enduring recoil damage without fainting in Pokémon Legends, Arceus. Its lore connects it to the souls of its fallen schoolmates, giving it a ghost-type identity along with water. Basculegion is a rare example of evolution tied to endurance, loss and collective memory. It is not just a stronger fish, it is a river carrying the dead. Wedea evolves from Stantler in Hisui after using Psyshield Bash in a particular way. It becomes normal and psychic type and serves as a ride Pokémon. Stantler had existed for a long time without an evolution, so Weirdeer gave it new dignity. Its design feels calm, antlered and almost sacred. Some evolutions do not make a Pokémon fiercer, they make it more serene. Pokémon cries, animations and idle behaviours can reveal personality. A sleepy Pokémon may yawn, a proud Pokémon may pose, a small Pokémon may hop in place. These details are easy to overlook because they do not always change a battle, but they change how the creature feels. The more Pokémon are shown moving in the world, the more they become little presences rather than menu entries. Personality often lives in the pause between actions. The box system is one of the strangest ordinary facts in Pokémon. A trainer can store many Pokémon in computer boxes or later storage systems, shifting companions in and out of the active party. In World, this is treated as normal technology. From a design perspective, it allows collecting without carrying everyone at once. Emotionally, it creates the idea of a wider family waiting somewhere safe. The team of 6 is only the group walking with you right now. The number of Pokémon in a party is usually 6 in the main series. That limit is simple but powerful. It forces choice. You may love many Pokémon, but only 6 can stand beside you at one time. A team becomes a little travelling circle. Each slot matters. A starter, a flyer, a favourite, a newly caught surprise, a type coverage choice, a creature you meant to replace but never did. 6 is enough to feel like a family, and small enough to feel personal. Type coverage is the idea of carrying moves or Pokémon that can answer many different opposing types. It is a strategic concept, but it can be spoken gently. A balanced team is like a balanced bag for a long walk. Something for rain, something for cold, something for caves, something for the unexpected. Pokémon teaches preparation through affection. You choose companions not only because they are strong, but because together they can face more of the world. Stab is a common fan abbreviation for same type attack bonus, the extra power a Pokémon gets when using a damaging move that matches its own type in many games. The idea itself is intuitive. A fire type uses fire especially well. A water type handles water as its own element. Even if the abbreviation sounds technical, the feeling is simple. A creature is strongest when speaking in its native element. Immunities are among the most satisfying type facts. Normal and fighting moves do not affect ghost types in many games. Ground moves do not affect flying types or Pokémon with levitate unless other effects apply. Electric moves do not affect ground types. Poison moves do not affect steel types. Psychic moves do not affect dark types. Dragon moves do not affect fairy types. Immunities make the type chart feel magical. Sometimes the answer is not resistance. Sometimes the answer is nothing at all. The fairy type changed older Pokémon as well as adding new ones. Clefairy, Jigglypuff, Togepi, Marill, Gardevoir, Mawile, and others gained fairy typing or became associated with it in later games. This retroactive change is fascinating because it reframed familiar creatures. Clefairy had always felt moonlit and magical, but fairy type gave that feeling a formal place. Sometimes a new category arrives and makes old things make more sense. Steel type also changed some older Pokémon when it was introduced. Magnemite and Magneton became electric and steel, fitting their metallic bodies more naturally. This is another example of Pokémon's world being revised as the rules grew. The creatures did not visually change, but the understanding of them did. The Pokédex is not a frozen book. It can be updated, and the world can become more precise. The move category split in Generation 4 similarly helped old Pokémon find better expression. A physical attacker could finally use physical moves of types that had once been special by rule. A special attacker could use special moves from types that had once been physical. This fact sounds mechanical, but it is really about alignment. Moves began to behave more like what they looked like. Punches became punches. Beams became beams. The battle tower and similar facilities across the series create post-story challenges focused on repeated battles, streaks, and specialised rules. They are not necessary for everyone, but they show how deep Pokémon battling can become after the main journey. The story may end, but mastery continues. For a sleepy script, we can imagine the battle tower, lights far away, glowing after the credits, while only the most wakeful trainers keep climbing. Breeding for moves, abilities, natures, and individual strengths became a deep part of Pokémon for some trainers. Egg moves allow certain Pokémon to inherit moves through breeding under specific conditions. Hidden abilities can pass through breeding in many games. This side of Pokémon is intricate, but the underlying image is still soft. Eggs, nurseries, parents, inherited traits, and a new hatchling carrying something from those before it. Individual values and effort values are hidden or semi-hidden systems that shape stats. Individual values are innate strengths, while effort values come from training, items and battles depending on the game. Competitive trainers pay close attention to them, but casual journeys can ignore most of the detail and still be wonderful. Pokémon works at multiple depths. It can be a bedtime story about a Pikachu or a mathematical puzzle about speed tiers. Both are real. The idea of a favourite Pokémon is one of the most important facts, even though it is not in the Pokédex. Some people love powerful Pokémon. Some love strange ones. Some love the first one they ever caught. Some love a design because it reminds them of a pet, a season, a colour, or a childhood room. Pokemon's enormous cast means almost every creature is someone's favourite. That is a quiet miracle of design. A species may be overlooked by many and treasured by one. Shuckle is a bug and rock type famous for extremely high defense and special defense, but very low offensive presence. It can also produce berry juice in certain contexts in older games. Shuckle is slow, tucked inside a shell, and oddly lovable. Its fact is about endurance rather than spectacle. Not every strong Pokemon is strong by attacking. Some are strong by simply not breaking. Shedinja and Shuckle together show how unusual stat spreads can define personality. Shedinja has almost no health, but strange protection. Shuckle has enormous defences, but little speed or attack. Both are extreme in different directions. Pokemon uses numbers to create feeling. A stat spread is not only competitive information, it tells you whether a creature feels swift, sturdy, frail, explosive, patient, or strange. Deoxys has different forms focused on normal, attack, defense, and speed. This makes it feel like a living adjustment of stats. Its identity is extraterrestrial, linked to a virus from space exposed to a laser beam in its lore. Deoxys is one of the clearest examples of form as function. The body changes depending on what quality is emphasized. It is not just alien, it is adaptable in a sharp, geometric way. Giratina has altered form and origin form, with origin form associated with the Grigious Orb or certain conditions depending on the game. Giratina's forms fit its role as a being connected to the distortion world, a place where normal space feels warped. Its serpentine origin form seems more suited to that strange realm. Giratina is frightening because it feels banished, reversed, and immense. Shaman has land form and sky form. Land form is small and hedgehog-like, while sky form is more deer-like and swift. The transformation is associated with the Grassadier flower in many games. Shaman's concept is gratitude, and that makes it one of the gentler mythical Pokemon. A flower changes its form. Gratitude becomes flight. The fact is soft enough to rest inside. Meloetta changes between aria form and pirouette form through its signature move Silksong in many games. Aria form is normal and psychic, while pirouette form is normal and fighting. Music becomes dance, voice becomes motion. Meloetta is a Pokemon where performance changes the body. It carries melody not as decoration, but as identity. Aegislash changes between shield form and blade form through its stance change ability. When it uses attacking moves, it can become blade form. When it uses King's Shield, it returns to shield form. Aegislash's concept is beautifully exact. A haunted sword and shield that changes posture between offense and defense. It is strategy made visible. The body tells you what role it is playing. Wishiwashi changes from solo form to school form through its schooling ability when conditions are met. Alone, it is tiny and weak looking. Together, many Wishiwashi create the appearance of a huge sea monster. This is one of Pokemon's strongest facts about community. One little fish is vulnerable. Many together become terrifying. Strength is not always inside a single body. Sometimes strength is togetherness. Minya, Cherim, Cast Form, Aegislash, Wishiwashi, and other form-changing Pokemon all show that identity in Pokemon can be conditional. Weather, stance, health, held items, flowers, ability triggers and surroundings can all alter appearance or behaviour. This makes the Pokémon world feel less fixed. Creatures respond. They open, close, armor themselves, reveal themselves, gather together, or shift with the sky. The move Protect is simple and important. It shields the user from many attacks for a turn, though repeated use can become less reliable. In double battles, Protect is especially valuable because timing matters so much. The move is not flashy, but it is deeply strategic. It is also a nice sleep image. A Pokémon simply protects itself for a moment. It does not strike. It waits safely behind a little barrier. Substitute creates a decoy at the cost of some of the user's health. The decoy takes damage for the Pokémon until it breaks. Substitute is represented by a small doll-like figure in many games, and that image became iconic. A Pokémon places something between itself and harm. The fact is strategic, but also strangely tender. Sometimes survival means making a little stand-in and resting behind it. The move Rest fully heals the user and puts it to sleep in many games. Rest is one of the most perfectly named moves for this kind of script. It turns sleep into recovery. A wounded Pokémon closes its eyes and the body repairs itself. There may be risk in sleeping through turns, but the idea is peaceful. Rest says that stopping is not failure. Sometimes, stopping is how strength returns. Snore and Sleep Talk are moves that can be used while sleeping in many games. They make sleep active in a funny way. A Pokémon can be asleep and still do something. Sleep Talk calls another move at random from the user's known moves, while Snore can damage and may cause flinching in some contexts. These moves turn Rest into comedy and strategy. Even asleep, a Pokémon world finds a way to keep dreaming aloud. Dream Eater is a psychic type move that can drain health from a sleeping target in many games. It is eerie, but beautifully named. It makes dreams into something that can be consumed. Combined with moves like Hypnosis, it creates a classic sleep-based strategy. Pokémon often treats dreams as both gentle and dangerous. A dream can restore, reveal, frighten, or feed something waiting in the dark. Munna and Musharna are Pokémon directly associated with dreams. Munna eats dreams, and Musharna emits dream mist. Their designs are soft, rounded and sleepy, with floral and tapir-like influences. They are among the most bedtime-suited Pokémon in the series. Dream mist drifting from Musharna feels like the whole room becoming slower. Not every psychic type needs to feel sharp or cosmic. Some feel like a pillow at the edge of thought. Drowsy and Hypno are also associated with sleep and dreams, but in a more unsettling way. They draw from the idea of the Baku, a dream-eating creature from folklore. Drowsy's rounded body and Hypno's pendulum create an eerie hypnotic mood. They are not cosy in the same way Munna is, but they belong to the same broad dream tradition. Pokémon sleep creatures can be sweet, strange, or slightly frightening. Commola is a normal type Pokémon that is always sleeping, according to its concept and ability Comatose. It clings to a log and remains in a sleeping state. Commola may be one of the most literal sleep Pokémon. It turns sleep into a life condition, while other Pokémon use rest or are put to sleep. Commola simply exists that way, moving through the world in a dreamlike state. It is the perfect companion for a slow night. Darkrai, Cresselia, Munna, Musharna, Drowsy, Hypno, Commola, Jigglypuff, Snorlax, and moves like Rest and Sing all show that sleep is woven throughout Pokémon. Sleep is a status, a story theme, a move, a personality trait, a danger, a healing process, and a source of dreams. That is why Pokémon works so well as a bedtime subject. The world itself already knows how to drift. The Pokémon world often treats music as power. Jigglypuff sings people to sleep. Meloetta changes through song. Lapras is associated with beautiful cries and songs in several descriptions. Cricketune's sound is part of its identity. Chatot mimics human speech and musical notes. Primarina uses song-like bubbles and performance. Sound in Pokémon can soothe, confuse, damage, transform, or express personality. A cry is never only a noise, it is a signature. Shatter's design includes a head shaped like a musical note, and it is known for mimicry. In some older games, features allowed recorded audio interaction with Chatot, though later systems handled that differently. The core fact remains that Chatot is a bird of sound, imitation, and chatter. It turns speech into plumage. Some Pokémon are visual puns. Chatot is almost a sound pun with wings. Cricketune is known for its violin-like cry, and its design includes mustache-like features and scythe-like arms. It is bug-type, but its identity is deeply musical. Early root bug types are often treated as simple, but Cricketune gives the category elegance. A small insect becomes an evening instrument. Its cry is one of those sounds many people can remember instantly, not because it is complex, but because it is distinct. Primarina is water and fairy type, the final evolution of Poplio. Its design is performer-like, with singing, bubbles, and a graceful sea lion inspiration. Poplio begins as playful and clownish. Brionne becomes more dance-like. Primarina becomes a vocalist. The evolution line feels like practice becoming performance. A little performer grows into a calm singer beneath moonlit water. The move Perish Song causes all Pokémon that hear it to faint after a count of turns unless they switch out, depending on the rules. It is associated with eerie musical power. The name alone feels mythic. A song that does not strike immediately, but marks time until an ending. Pokémon can turn music into sleep, beauty, transformation, or doom. Sound is one of the world's hidden elements. The Pokémon world also loves food. Berries, curries, sandwiches, malasadas, poffins, Pokeblocks, lava cookies, rage candy bars, Castelliacones, and many regional treats appear across the series. Food grounds the adventure. A region is not only its battles and legends, it is what people eat, what they sell, what they share with Pokémon. A snack can heal a status condition, or simply make a town feel real. Slowpoke tails are treated as a delicacy in some stories, especially around Team Rocket's schemes in Johto. That detail is strange because Slowpoke can lose its tail and have it grow back, but the exploitation is still framed as wrong. It shows that Pokémon stories sometimes explore harm through ordinary greed rather than cosmic evil. Not every villain wants to remake the universe. Some just want profit from cruelty. Team Rocket's Meowth is famous because it can speak human language in the animated series, but ordinary Meowth are not generally human speaking. That distinction matters. The talking Meowth is special because of his story, effort, and personality. Meowth as a species is associated with coins, luck, and cat-like behaviour. Regional forms then reinterpret it. Alolan Meowth becomes Dark-type, while Galarian Meowth becomes Steel-type and evolves into Berserker. Persian, Berserker, and Persian's Alolan form show how one basic idea can branch. Ordinary Persian is sleek and elegant. Alolan Persian is rounder-faced and dark-type. Berserker is rough, steel-bearded, and Viking-like in mood. The Meowth line becomes a little history of adaptation. A cat with a coin can become a symbol of wealth, arrogance, regional luxury, or rugged metal, depending on where it lives. Meowth also has a Gigantamax form in Pokémon Sword and Shield, becoming long-bodied with a huge coin. Gigantamax forms change a Pokémon's appearance more dramatically than ordinary Dynamax. Gigantamax Meowth stretches the familiar design into something absurd and memorable. Gigantamax Pikachu becomes rounder and evokes Pikachu's earliest proportions. Gigantamax Charizard gains fiery wings and horns of flame. Gigantamax often turns nostalgia into spectacle. Mega Evolution is different from ordinary evolution because it is temporary in battle and requires specific conditions. A Pokémon that Mega evolves does not remain in that form after battle. The transformation can change stats, abilities, types, and appearance depending on the Pokémon. Mega Evolution feels dramatic because it pulls hidden potential into the present for a short time. It is not growing up, it is flaring. Some Mega Evolutions change typing. Mega Charizard X becomes Fire and Dragon. Mega Ampharos becomes Electric and Dragon. Mega Altaria becomes Dragon and Fairy. Mega Gyarados becomes Water and Dark. These changes can reframe a Pokémon's identity. A creature that almost felt like a dragon becomes one. A soft cloud dragon becomes fairy. A sea serpent gains a darker edge. Mega Evolution often reveals a possible self that ordinary evolution left hidden. Primal Reversion, used by Groudon and Kyogre in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, is related in presentation to ancient power rather than ordinary Mega Evolution. Primal Groudon becomes Ground and Fire, while Primal Kyogre remains water but gains immense weather power. These forms make Hoen's legends feel restored to something older and more overwhelming. The land and sea do not simply battle, they awaken as primal forces. Z moves in Alola are powerful one-time moves used with Z crystals and a trainer's pose. They are theatrical, regionally flavoured, and often tied to Alola's island culture. Some Pokémon have special signature Z moves, such as Snorlax's Pulverizing Pancake or Pikachu's Catastropica. Z moves are interesting because the trainer participates visibly. The body movement, crystal, and Pokémon all combine. Power becomes ritual. Dynamax in Galar makes Pokémon enormous for a short time, while Gigantamax changes certain Pokémon into special giant forms. This phenomenon is tied to Galar's energy and stadium culture. Max moves affect the battlefield in broad ways, changing weather or terrain in many cases. Dynamax feels like spectacle built into regional identity. The crowd roars, the bull grows, and a familiar Pokémon becomes a towering shadow under stadium lights. Terastallization in Paldea covers a Pokémon in crystal and gives it a Terra type. Sometimes that Terra type matches one of its original types, strengthening its identity. Sometimes it differs, creating surprise. A flying type Pikachu with balloons in special distributions became one memorable example of the idea. The crystal crown above the Pokémon's head makes type visible in a new way, almost like the creature is wearing its elemental dream. Every generation adds some new idea, but Pokémon remains recognisable because the core rhythm stays gentle. Leave home. Meet a professor or guide, receive or catch a partner, walk through grass, learn type matchups, visit towns, Heal your team. Face challenges. Discover legends. Return to quiet paths. Even when mechanics change, the emotional route is familiar. Pokémon is a world of repetition, but repetition in the comforting sense, like a bedtime routine. Professors often study different aspects of Pokémon. Professor Oak is associated with the Pokédex and the early foundation of Pokémon research. Professor Elm studies breeding and eggs. Professor Birch studies habitats and may be found in the field. Professor Rowan studies evolution. Professor Juniper studies origins. Professor Sycamore studies mega evolution. The professors give each region an intellectual doorway. They are adults who ask questions and then send young trainers into the world to discover answers. The Pokédex completion goal is not only about collecting, it is about observation. To complete entries, a trainer must encounter, catch, evolve, trade, hatch, transfer, or search in different ways depending on the game. The Pokédex turns the journey into a research project. You are not only winning battles, you are helping knowledge grow. Every captured Pokémon becomes a small entry in a larger understanding of the world. Some Pokémon are version exclusives, meaning they appear in one paired version but not the other, encouraging trading. This began with the earliest games and remains a major part of the series. Version exclusives are a clever design because they make incompleteness social. Your world has some creatures, someone else's world has others. To see everything, you reach outward. The missing Pokémon becomes an invitation. Trade has changed from link cables to wireless communication and online systems, but the feeling remains. A Pokémon leaves one trainer and arrives with another. Sometimes it evolves. Sometimes it helps complete a Pokédex. Sometimes it carries a nickname, a ribbon, or a memory. Traded Pokémon can feel like postcards from another journey. They belong to your game now, but they came from elsewhere. Nicknames are one of the smallest and most personal Pokémon facts. A nickname does not change a species' stats or type, but it changes how a trainer feels. A Butterfree named after a childhood pet, a Garchomp named after a joke, a starter kept with its original name because that name already feels perfect. Nicknames turn a species into an individual. They are little acts of affection. Ribbons and marks add another layer of individuality. Ribbons can commemorate contests, battles, events, effort, or special accomplishments. Marks in newer games can give a Pokémon a title when sent into battle. These details make a companion feel like it has lived a life. A Pokémon is not just caught and stored, it can gather memories that cling to it like tiny badges. The concept of a trainer ID, an original trainer, also helps preserve origin. A Pokémon can remember who first caught or hatched it through its data. When traded, that original trainer remains part of its history. This is quietly beautiful. Even as a Pokémon moves from one journey to another, the first hand that held its Pokéball is still recorded. The past travels with it. Pokémon Home and earlier storage or transfer systems allow Pokémon to move across games and generations when compatibility permits. This has made some individual Pokémon astonishingly long, lived across real years, travelling from older cartridges into modern collections. Not every Pokémon can always move everywhere at every time, but the broad idea is powerful. A creature caught long ago can still be with someone years later. Digital companionship can have history. Ribbons from old games can make transferred Pokémon feel especially precious. A Pokémon from Hone, Sinnoh, Kalos, or another region may carry proof of contests, leagues, or memories from systems no longer current. For some trainers, the rarest thing is not a shiny or a legendary. It is a familiar partner that has survived every transfer, every storage change, every era. The same Pokémon keeps arriving. The Hall of Fame records the team that became champion in many games. This is one of the loveliest traditions in the main series. After the final battle, the Pokémon who stood with you are displayed and remembered. It can include optimized powerhouses, underleveled favourites, an accidental capture, or the starter who never left the party. The Hall of Fame says, "These were the companions at the end of the road." The credits after a Pokémon journey often feel peaceful because the world has been crossed and the team has done enough. But Pokémon rarely truly ends at credits. There may be new areas, legendary hunts, rematches, battle facilities, Pokédex completion, breeding, contests, online battles, or simply wandering. The ending is not a wall, it is a change in pace. The adventure becomes quieter, broader, and more self-directed. Some Pokémon are deliberately hard to find. Phoebus in older Hoenn games appeared only on a limited set of water tiles, making it famously elusive. Spiritomb required unusual communication or conditions in certain games. Munchlax was rare on honey trees in Sinnoh. These facts can be frustrating, but they also create stories. A difficult encounter becomes personal, because time was spent searching. Rarity turns into memory. Honey trees in Sinnoh required applying honey and waiting for Pokémon to appear after time passed. This is a slow mechanic by design. You could not force the tree to answer immediately. You had to come back later. That waiting made encounters feel more like nature. Some creatures do not appear because you demand them. They appear because you prepared a place and returned with patience. Headbutt trees in Johto let trainers knock Pokémon from trees using the move Headbutt. This made the vertical world feel alive. Pokémon were not only in grass, caves and water, they were above you, hidden in branches. A tree by the roadside might contain an encounter. The route became less flat. Even ordinary scenery could be full of life if you knew how to ask. Rock Smash encounters similarly made breakable rocks into possible habitats. A cracked stone might hide a Geodude, Shuckle, Dwebble, Binacle, or another species depending on the region and game. The world becomes interactive through these small systems. A wall, tree, pond or rock is not only decoration, it is a place where a Pokémon might be waiting. The Pokewalker, a small accessory for Heart Gold and Soul Silver, lets trainers take Pokémon for walks in the real world and find items or Pokémon through steps. This blurred the line between game and daily life. A Pokémon could be carried in a pocket while someone went to school, work, or a walk outside. Pocket monsters became literal again in a new way. The creature travelled with your real footsteps. Pokémon Go later expanded that idea into real-world exploration through mobile play, using location, walking, and public spaces as part of catching Pokémon. It is a different kind of Pokémon experience from the main series, but it fits the old dream of creatures hidden in the world around us. A park becomes a habitat, a landmark becomes a stop, a walk becomes an encounter route. The ordinary world becomes softly overlaid with Pokémon. Meltan is notable because it was first revealed in connection with Pokémon Go, and later connected to main series titles. It is a small steel-type mythical Pokémon with a hex nut head and a liquid metal body. Melmetal, its evolved form, is powerful and ancient in feel. Meltan's arrival showed that new Pokémon could be introduced through unexpected channels, not only through a traditional new region reveal. The Pokémon world has many categories of human partnership. Trainers battle, breeders raise, coordinators perform. Rangers protect and temporarily partner with wild Pokémon. Professors research. Gym leaders specialise. Champions represent mastery. Wardens in Hisui care for nobles. Trial captains in Alola guide island challenges. These roles make the world feel social. Pokémon are not just collected, they shape professions, cultures, and ways of life. Pokémon Rangers in their own series use capture stylers rather than ordinary catching. They befriend or calm Pokémon temporarily to solve problems and protect nature. This is a different relationship from keeping a team in Pokeballs. It highlights cooperation without ownership. Rangers show that the Pokémon world can imagine many kinds of bonds, each with its own ethics and rituals. Pokémon Mystery Dungeon changes the perspective by making Pokémon themselves the main characters in societies without human trainers at the centre. In those stories, Pokémon form rescue teams, explore dungeons, and speak to each other. It is a separate style of adventure, but it reveals how flexible the creatures are as characters. Remove the trainer, and Pokémon can still carry friendship, fear, humour, sacrifice, and longing. The Mystery Dungeon games are also known for surprisingly emotional stories. Without needing to describe every ending, it is fair to say that they often explore identity, farewell, and loyalty in ways that stay with people. This is another reminder that Pokémon's softness does not mean shallowness. A world of colourful creatures can still make room for grief. Sometimes the gentlest art hurts the most because it lowers your guard first. Pokémon Snap turned photography into the central activity. Instead of catching or battling, the goal is to observe Pokémon in natural behaviour and take pictures. This changes the whole mood. A Pokémon eating, dancing, sleeping, or interacting with another species becomes the reward. Snap understands something important. Watching a Pokémon simply exist can be as satisfying as winning with it. New Pokémon Snap expanded that idea with more regions, behaviours, and environmental storytelling. It made Pokémon feel like wildlife in a way the main games sometimes only imply. A sleeping Meganium under moonlight, a school of fish moving through water, a hidden interaction triggered by a small action. Photography turns the trainer into a patient observer. For sleep, that is a wonderful posture. Watch, wait, and let the world reveal itself. Pokémon music is one of the strongest emotional anchors of the series. Route themes, town themes, battle themes, Pokémon Center music, evolution music, surf music, bicycle music, and champion themes all carry memories. Little Root Town feels different from Ecrotake City. National Park feels different from End's Castle. Music tells you whether to feel safe, curious, haunted, excited, or homesick. Sometimes a few notes can return someone to a whole region. Lavender Town's music is famous for unease, but not all memorable Pokémon music is eerie. Ecruteak City feels old and graceful. Little Root Town feels like a beginning. Twinleaf Town feels gentle and domestic. New Vema Town feels like a new page. Pokémon Center music feels like rest. The series understands that places need songs. A region is remembered not only by its map, but by its melodies. The sound of evolution is one of Pokemon's most magical little rituals. The screen changes, the music begins, and a familiar companion becomes surrounded by light. For a moment, the creature is neither old form nor new form. It is becoming. The fact that evolution can be cancelled in many games by pressing a button adds an interesting layer. Growth can sometimes be delayed. A trainer can choose to wait. Some Pokémon learn moves earlier if they do not evolve, while evolved forms may gain stats sooner or learn different moves. This creates small decisions. Evolve now for strength, or wait for a move. Use a stone, or hold back. The evolution button is not always automatic. Pokémon often hides meaningful choice inside simple menus. A companion's future can pause at the edge of light. Baby Pokémon were introduced after some of their evolved forms already existed. Pichu came after Pikachu, Cleffa came after Clefairy, Igglybuff came after Jigglypuff. Magby, Elekid, Smoochum, Tyrogue, and others expanded old lines backward. This is a charming kind of world building. Instead of only adding stronger future forms, Pokémon sometimes adds earlier childhood. A familiar creature is given a younger self. Later evolutions can also expand old lines forward. Golbat gained Crobat, Onix gained Steelix, Scyther gained Sizzle, Murkrow gained Honchkrow, Misdreavus gained Mismagius, Primate gained Anihilape much later, Dunsparce gained Dudunsparce, Girafarig gained Farigiraf. This makes the Pokédex feel alive across decades. A species can wait years before its story continues. Convergent species, regional forms, Mega Evolutions, Gigantamax forms, Ancient Evolutions, and new cross-generation evolutions all show different ways of revisiting old Pokémon. The series does not only add new creatures beside old ones, it often returns to the old and asks what else they might become. This is why an old favourite can suddenly feel new again. The Pokédex is a living garden, and sometimes a familiar branch grows. Some Pokémon are known for not evolving at all. Lapras, Heracross, Skarmory, Absol, Torkoal, Tropius, Drampa, Mimikyu, and many others remain single-stage species. Not evolving does not make them incomplete. It simply means their identity is whole as presented. Pokémon's evolution system is important, but it is not universal destiny. Some creatures arrive already themselves. Other Pokémon evolve many times, usually across 3 stages. A 3-stage line often feels like childhood, adolescence, and maturity. Caterpie to Metapod to Butterfree is one of the clearest examples. Weedle to Kakuna to Beedrill mirrors it. Ralts to Kirlia to Gardevoir or Gallade creates a psychic emotional arc. 3 stages let a design breathe across time. You can remember where it began. Caterpie evolving into Metapod and then Butterfree is one of the most natural evolutionary lines because it mirrors Caterpillar, Chrysalis and Butterfly. It teaches metamorphosis in a way even a child can feel. Metapod using Harden may seem funny, but it fits perfectly. A Chrysalis endures. Then Butterfree emerges, able to fly. The line is simple, elegant, and foundational. Beedrill follows a parallel path from Weedle and Kakuna, but the final result is sharper and more threatening. Butterfree is soft-winged and powdery. Beedrill is pointed and aggressive. The 2 early bug lines teach that similar life cycles can lead to very different emotional results. One becomes delicate, one becomes dangerous. Both begin in the grass. Wurmple later introduced branching cocoon evolution. It can become Silcoon and then Beautifly, or Cascoon, and then Dustox, depending on hidden factors. This makes the early bug pattern less predictable. A small worm like Pokémon may become something bright or something nocturnal. The trainer does not fully control it. The result feels like nature keeping a little secret. Ralts has a branching final evolution. Kirlia can evolve into Gardevoir, or a male Kirlia can evolve into Gallade with a Dawnstone in many games. Gardevoir is psychic and fairy in modern typing, elegant and protective. Gallade is psychic and fighting, blade-armed and knightly. The line begins with a small emotion sensing Pokémon and can grow into different expressions of devotion and strength. Snorunt can evolve into Glalie, or a female Snorunt can evolve into Frostlass with a Dawnstone. Glalie is an icy floating head, while Frostlass is ice and ghost, elegant and haunting. This branch gives the line two very different moods: blunt frozen force and winter ghost story. Snow in Pokémon can be playful, dangerous, or mournful depending on the creature wearing it. Applin has several evolutions depending on item and game context, including Flapple, Appleton, and Diplin, with Hydrapple following Diplin in later Paldea related content. The Applin line is Grass and Dragon, which is delightful because the dragon is hidden in an apple. It feels like a tiny folklore creature living inside fruit. Pokémon can make a dragon enormous, or it can tuck one into an orchard. Sinistay evolves into Poltergeist, and it has antique and phony forms based on whether it has a small authenticity mark. That detail is wonderfully specific. A haunted teacup can be genuine or imitation. The evolution item used can depend on that authenticity. It is a ghost type fact about antiques, forgery, tea and possession. Few Pokémon feel so quietly British in mood. Tatsugiri and Dondozo have a special relationship in battle through the commander ability. Tatsugiri can enter Dondozo's mouth in double battles, boosting Dondozo while Tatsugiri commands from within. Tatsugiri has different forms based on sushi-like appearances. This is one of the strangest modern examples of two species designed around cooperation. A tiny fish commands a huge one, and the battle becomes a restaurant joke, a nature partnership, and a strategy all at once. Maushold evolves from Tandemaeus and appears as a family group, either family of 3 or family of 4. The evolution can happen quietly after battle in Pokémon Scarlet and Violet, sometimes without the usual evolution animation. That fact is charming, because it makes the family seem to have grown while you were not looking. A pair becomes a household. The world gains little ones in the background. Dreepy, Dracloak and Dragapult are dragon and ghost type, with Dragapult launching Dreepy from the horns on its head in its signature imagery. The line is based partly on ancient or extinct shapes and ghostly young. Dragapult is both eerie and oddly parental, carrying smaller Dreepy with it. Dragon type often feels ancient, and ghost type makes that ancient feeling more melancholy. Dragapult's line also shows how Pokémon can mix cuteness with darkness. Dreepy is tiny and almost helpless looking. Dracloak carries a Dreepy on its head. Dragapult becomes sleek and fast. The ghosts are not only frightening, they are also companions to one another. A Pokémon can be a missile launching dragon ghost and still somehow feel like a strange family unit. Gimmickle appears in chest form and roaming form, and it evolves into Goldengo after collecting many Gimmickle coins in Pokémon Scarlet and Violet. Goldengo is steel and ghost type, made of coins and golden energy, with a relaxed surfer-like attitude. It is one of the clearest examples of collection becoming evolution. Coins gathered from many places eventually become a new companion. The treasure chest gets up and becomes a friend. Corydon and Miraidon are central legendary Pokémon in Paldea, serving not only as legendary figures, but as travelling companions. They can help cross land, water, cliffs, and sky like gliding, depending on progression. This makes them different from many past legendaries that appear mainly near the end. In Paldea, the great legendary presence is beside you for much of the journey, eating sandwiches and slowly regaining strength. That detail, the legendary Pokémon enjoying sandwiches, is one of the reasons modern Pokémon can still feel warm even when the story is large. A creature tied to ancient or future power can also be hungry, tired, wounded, and comforted by food. Pokémon works because it lets grandeur become domestic. The myth sits beside you at a picnic. The box legendary Pokémon often embody a region's themes. Groudon and Kyogre embody land and sea. Dialga and Palkia embody time and space. Reshiram and Zekrom embody truth and ideals. Xerneas and Yveltal embody life and destruction. Solgaleo and Lunala embody sun and moon imagery. Zacian and Zamazenta embody sword and shield. Corydon and Miraidon embody ancient and future. The cover art is not just marketing, it is a region's myth placed in your hands. The Pokémon logo has remained bright, rounded, and instantly recognisable for many years, especially in its yellow and blue English form. The accent over the E in Pokémon helps indicate pronunciation and distinguishes the word. Even the visual identity is part of the world's softness. The letters look playful and inflated, as if the title itself could bounce. A world about small creatures begins with a word that looks friendly. Pokémon Day is celebrated on February 27th, marking the Japanese release date of Pocket Monsters Red and Green. It has become a yearly moment for announcements, memories, and celebration. The date matters because it ties a global franchise back to one quiet beginning on the Game Boy. Every region, every card, every episode, every favourite creature traces back to that first doorway opening. The Game Boy's link cable was essential to early Pokémon. Trading and battling required a physical connection between systems. That cable made the social promise tangible. Two people had to sit near each other, plug in, and share. Modern wireless and online systems are more convenient, but the link cable has a special charm. It was a little bridge between pockets. Mew's hidden presence in the earliest games helped fuel the idea that Pokémon might contain secrets beyond the obvious. Rumours spread, some true, many false, and schoolyards became little laboratories of myth. The truck near the SS, and became famous because of rumours around Mew, even though those rumours were not an intended ordinary method of obtaining it. Pokémon's early mystery was partly official and partly social. The world felt bigger because people talked. Glitches and rumours should be handled carefully, because not every famous story is true. Mew under the truck is a rumour, not the real original method. Missing No is a glitch, not an official species. Lavender Town myths grew far beyond the actual games, but even false rumours are part of cultural memory when named correctly. The truth can be more interesting than the exaggeration, because it shows how strongly people wanted the world to have hidden corners. Pokémon has always balanced certainty and mystery. The type chart is knowable. Evolution methods can be learned. Pokédex numbers can be ordered. But then there are myths, hidden Pokémon, strange ruins, impossible entries, haunted houses, and legendary beings that feel beyond ordinary classification. This balance is why facts about Pokémon can be soothing. The world is organised enough to feel safe and mysterious enough to keep the mind drifting. The move struggle appears when a Pokémon has no usable moves left in many games. It damages the target and also causes recoil to the user. Struggle is not selected like a normal move under ordinary conditions. It is what remains when options are gone. That fact is quietly sad. A Pokémon with no moves left still tries. It struggles. Even the battle system has a word for effort after exhaustion. Power points, often abbreviated as PP, limit how many times a move can be used before it must be restored. This gives travel a resource rhythm. A long cave is not only about health, but about endurance of moves. Ether, Elixir, Leper Berries and Pokémon Centers restore that capacity in different ways. Power points make moves feel like energy spent. A flamethrower cannot be used forever without rest. The move Recover restores health for Pokémon that can learn it, such as Starmie, Alakazam in some games, Porygon, and others depending on generation and learn set. Recover is another gentle word inside battle. It does not attack. It returns strength. Moves like Recover, Roost, Soft Boiled, Moonlight, Morning Sun, Synthesis and Slack Off all give Pokémon different flavours of healing. Some heal by resting, some by light, some by laziness, some by care. Soft Boiled is strongly associated with Chansey and Blissey, Pokémon known for eggs, healing and kindness. Chansey's egg has long been described as nutritious or healing in various entries. Blissey is famous for happiness and special bulk. These Pokémon became symbols of support, especially in Pokémon Centers through the animation's Nurse Joy partnership. Chansey and Blissey show that strength can be gentle, round and pink. Ordino later took on a similar caring association, especially in Unova. It is normal type in its ordinary form, while Mega Ordino becomes normal and fairy. Ordino uses feelers to sense others' physical condition and mood in its lore. This makes it a healer like Pokémon in feeling. Its large ears and soft body give it a bedside presence. Some Pokémon seem designed to lower the heart rate just by being imagined. Indeedee, Comfey, Alomomola and other supportive Pokémon continue the idea that not every companion is defined by attack. Comfey gathers flowers and uses them in soothing ways. Alomomola is associated with caring for injured Pokémon in the ocean. Indeedee is tied to service and emotional energy. Support Pokémon make the world kinder. They remind us that care is a power system too. The Pokémon world also has many small environmental healers and comforts. Hot springs can heal. Fresh water, soda pop and lemonade restore health in many games. Moo Moo Milk is a beloved Johto and broader series healing drink. Lava cookies cure status conditions in Home. Old Gato does the same in Sinnoh. Regional snacks are practical, but they also make each place taste different in memory. The move Aromatherapy heals status conditions for the user's party in many games. Heal Bell works similarly. These moves are beautiful because they treat sound or scent as medicine. A bell rings or a fragrance spreads, and the team is cleansed of poison, burn, paralysis, sleep or freeze. Pokémon often turns sensory softness into practical care. A scent can heal, a bell can restore. The move Wish heals after a delay, restoring health to the user or a switched in ally, depending on timing. Wish is a lovely move because it asks for trust in the next turn. The healing does not arrive immediately, it is promised. In a battle, that can be strategic. In a story, it feels tender. A Pokémon makes a wish, and a moment later, the wish becomes health. Protect, rest, wish, heal bell, aromatherapy, recover and soft-boiled form a quiet little world inside the battle system. They are not about overpowering an opponent. They are about endurance, recovery, and care. Pokémon battles can be intense, but the move list itself contains many words that belong to rest. Heal, wish, recover, rest. The language of comfort is built into the mechanics. The type chart also contains softness if you listen to it slowly. Water cools fire. Grass drinks water. Electric runs through water. Ground stops electric. Flying lifts above ground. Ghost passes through normal. Fairy quiets dragon. Steel resists many things because metal endures. These relationships are rules, but they feel like little myths. The world has logic, and that logic is almost elemental poetry. Pokémon habitats make the world feel believable. Caves hold bats, rocks, gems, and echoes. Forests hold bugs, birds, mushrooms, and hidden fairies. Seas hold fish, jellyfish, turtles, and great swimmers. Mountains hold goats, dragons, ice, and stone. Cities hold electric types, artificial Pokémon, and companions adapted to people. A good region makes encounters feel like they belong where they appear. The grass is not random. It is a home. Some Pokémon appear only at night, or more often at night, depending on the game. Hoot Hoot in Johto, Murkrow in certain games, and many ghost types help night routes feel distinct. Nighttime encounters are gentle and a little spooky. The same path changes because the sky changed. For sleep, this is the perfect image, a route under stars, with different creatures waking softly in the dark. Hoot Hoot and Noctowl are owl Pokémon associated with night and time. Hoot Hoot stands on one leg so steadily that it can look like it has only one. Noctowl is watchful and wise-looking. The line gives Johto's night a calm guardian. An owl is not only a bird, it is a clock with feathers, a pair of eyes in darkness, a quiet witness to roots after sunset. Murkrow and Honchkrow bring a darker bird mood. Murkrow is dark and flying, associated with mischief and ill omens. Honchkrow becomes more boss-like, with a hat-shaped crest and a commanding presence. The line feels like nighttime organised into a little crime family. Pokémon can take a crow, a hat and a mood, then make a creature that feels both funny and dangerous. Corviknight in Galar is steel and flying, serving as a flying taxi in the region. Its pre-evolutions Rookidee and Corvisquire grow into a large armoured raven. Corviknight feels dignified and practical. It is a bird, a knight, and a public transportation system all at once. Galar uses it to make travel feel local. In one region, a flying Pokémon is not only a wild creature, it is part of daily life. Pidove, Pidgey, Tailo, Starly, Fletchling, Pikipek, Rookidee, and other early bird Pokémon form a long tradition. Each region often has its own common bird, and each bird gives early roots a particular flavour. Pidgey feels classic and simple. Tailo feels sharper and more migratory. Starly grows into the strong Staraptor. Fletchling becomes fire and flying through Talonflame. Early birds are not filler, they are the sky introducing itself. Early rodents and small mammals serve a similar role. Rattata, Sentret, Zigzagoon, Bidoof, Patrat, Bunnelby, Yungoos, Squovet, Lechonk, and others make routes feel inhabited by ordinary life. Some become memes or favourites because they are common. Bidoof in particular became beloved far beyond its humble role. Common Pokémon are important because they make the world feel normal enough for rare Pokémon to feel rare. Bidoof evolves into Bibarel, a normal and water type known for utility in older Sinnoh journeys because it could learn many HMs. This gave it a reputation as a helpful travel companion. Bidoof's charm is not elegance, it is earnestness. It is a small, round, toothy creature that became a cultural favourite partly because it was so ordinary. Pokémon often proves that ordinary is not the opposite of beloved. Lechonk became popular quickly because of its name and round, anxious pig design. It evolves into Oinkologne, with different forms depending on sex. Lechonk is a good reminder that new Pokémon can still create instant affection with a simple idea. A little pig on an early route can become a phenomenon because it has the right name, the right expression, and the right softness. Some Pokémon are beloved because they are elegant. Milotic, Ninetales, Gardevoir, Dragonair, Suicune, Lilligant, Frostlass, Primarina, and many others carry grace as their central mood. Others are beloved because they are strange, like Dunsparce, Stunfisk, Pyukumuku, Bruxish, or Gulpin. Pokémon does not ask every creature to be conventionally beautiful. It makes room for awkwardness, weirdness, and specific charm. Stunfisk is ground and electric in its Unova form, a flatfish-like Pokémon that can lie hidden and shock those who step on it. Galarian Stunfisk becomes ground and steel, resembling a trap. The line is odd, funny, and a little mean. Its flatness is the point. Not every Pokémon needs to stand tall. Some wait in mud and smile. Pyukumuku is a small sea cucumber Pokémon that can expel its inner organs to attack, represented by its innards out ability in battle when it faints. It is strange, cute, and slightly gross. Alola is full of creatures that feel tied to real island ecology, and Pyukumuku's oddness helps make beaches feel alive. A tide pool can hold a whole personality. Garbodor is a poison-type Pokémon based on a trash bag, and it later received a Gigantamax form. Trubbish and Garbodor are sometimes mocked as object designs, but they express an important part of the Pokémon world. Human waste creates habitats too. Pollution, garbage, and cities can give rise to Pokémon. The world is magical, but it is not untouched by human mess. Coughing and wheezing similarly embody pollution and gas. Galarian wheezing becomes poison and fairy, with a design referencing smokestacks and formal British imagery while purifying air in its lore. That regional reinterpretation is clever because it turns a pollution Pokémon into something with a purification angle. A creature once defined by smog becomes, in another region, a symbol of filtered smoke and strange elegance. Grimer and Muck are sludge Pokémon, with Alolan forms becoming poison and dark and gaining colourful, oily appearances. Alolan Muck's bright colours come from the chemical makeup of its body and the waste it consumes in Alola's setting. It is both beautiful and gross. Pokémon often refuses to separate those feelings completely. Sludge can become rainbow, pollution can become a creature with glittering teeth. The Pokémon world often uses evolution to cleanly express a life stage, but sometimes it uses evolution to express an idea becoming more intense. Ghastly is gas and ghost. Haunter gains hands and a more mischievous form. Gengar becomes solid enough to feel like a shadow with a grin. Magnemite becomes Magneton, a cluster, and then Magnezone, a saucer-like magnetic form. Magnitude can be social. A single magnet becomes 3, then becomes a machine-like presence. Magneton evolving into Magnezone originally required levelling up in special magnetic areas in some games, while later games often allow evolution through a Thunderstone. This is an example of evolution methods changing over time for convenience or system differences. The core idea remains magnetic transformation. Sometimes the world asks for place. Sometimes it asks for an item. The same creature can reach the same future through slightly different doors. Nosepass also evolved into Probopass through magnetic location methods in older games, with later methods changing in some titles. Probopass gains small mini noses and a large moustache-like magnetic appearance, becoming rock and steel. It is a strange design, but it fits the idea of magnetism, pulling pieces around a central body. Pokémon often lets physics become facial hair, which is a sentence only this series could earn. Location-based evolutions once included Leafeon near mossy rocks and Glaceon near icy rocks in certain games. Later games often use leaf stones and ice stones instead. This change is practical, but the old method had a lovely sense of place. Eevee did not simply touch an item. It stood near a particular stone in a particular environment, and the world around it shaped its future. Some evolutions depend on knowing a move. Bonsly evolves into Sudowoodo after learning Mimic in many games. Mime Jr. evolves into Mr. Mime after learning Mimic. Apom evolves into Ambipom after learning Double Hit. Lickitung evolves into Lickilicky after learning Rollout. Tangela evolves into Tangrowth after learning Ancient Power. These methods make evolution feel like mastery. Learn a behaviour, and the body follows. Ancient Power is especially interesting because several Pokémon evolve after knowing it, including Tangela, Yanma and Piloswine in many games. The move's name suggests old energy waking up. Tangrowth, Yanmega and Mamoswine all feel like ancient or expanded versions of older species. The move becomes a key to something buried in the bloodline. Learn old power, become old memory. Mamoswine evolves from Piloswine after learning Ancient Power, connecting Swinub's small icy line to a mammoth-like final form. It is ice and ground, huge and shaggy. Mamoswine feels like prehistory returning through snow. The fact that it was added after Piloswine already existed makes the line feel as if a fossil-sized future was hiding in it all along. Yanmega evolves from Yanma after learning Ancient Power. Yanma is a dragonfly-like bug and flying type, while Yanmega becomes larger and more predatory. Its name and design evoke ancient giant insects. Again, the move fits perfectly. Ancient Power unlocks an older, bigger form, as if the small dragonfly remembers a time when insects ruled the air. Tangrowth evolves from Tangela after learning Ancient Power. Tangela was already mysterious, a bundle of blue vines with hidden eyes and unseen body. Tangrowth expands that mystery into a larger vine creature with arms. It does not reveal what Tangela was hiding, it simply grows more of the hiding. Some evolutions answer questions, Tangrowth preserves them. The Pokémon world includes many mysteries that are never fully solved, and that is part of its comfort. What exactly is inside Tangela's vines? What is Diglett's full body underground? What does Mimikyu truly look like? How do certain legendary Pokémon experience time? Why do some ruins contain Unown? The answers are less important than the quiet space around them. Mystery gives the mind somewhere soft to drift. Diglett and Dugtrio are famous because their underground bodies are mostly unseen. Alolan Diglett and Dugtrio gain tiny hair-like metallic whiskers and ground and steel typing. Wiglet later plays with the silhouette in a different way as a separate species. Diglett's fact is wonderful because it proves that not showing something can make it more memorable. The unseen body becomes a joke, a mystery, and a design strength. Wailord is one of the largest Pokémon by height or length in many Pokédex listings, while Cosmoem is famously extremely heavy despite being very small. These extremes show that size and weight in Pokémon can become surprising facts. Wailord is huge, but relatively light for its size. Cosmoem is tiny and incredibly dense in its official measurements. Pokémon uses scale for wonder, not always realism. Joltik is one of the smallest Pokémon, a tiny electric and bug type that clings to larger creatures to absorb static electricity in its lore. It is charming because it is so small and so specific. Galvantula, its evolution, becomes larger and web spinning using electricity in its threads. The line turns static cling into a creature concept. A tiny spark becomes a web. Beautyfly and Ribombi are small bug and fairy type Pokémon connected to pollen and aura. They are light, delicate, and fast. Their existence shows how fairy type can overlap with insects in a way that feels natural. Not all bugs are creepy or practical. Some are almost dust motes with wings, living near flowers and sensing energy in the air. Combi has a gender-based evolution where only female Combi evolve into Vespiquen. The male Combi remain Combi. Vespiquen is a queenly bug and flying type with commands tied to its hive. This is an elegant example of social insect biology becoming Pokémon mechanics. The little honeycomb creature carries its future based on its role in the colony. Salandit also has a gender-based evolution, where only female Salandit evolve into Salazzle. Salazzle is poison and fire type, sleek and dominant. This line uses gender difference in a very different mood from Combi. One is hive royalty, the other is toxic seduction and volcanic heat. Pokémon can use similar mechanics for very different stories. Fossils, regional forms, gender evolutions, move evolutions, friendship evolutions, trade evolutions, and time evolutions all show that the Pokédex is not just a collection of species, it is a collection of conditions. To know a Pokémon is often to know what it needs. A stone, a friend, a moon, a move, a place, a battle, a companion nearby, a spin, a held sweet, a patient walk. Pokémon eggs do not show the species inside until they hatch, but certain clues can appear through where the egg came from and what parents were involved. Hatching can be sped up in many games by abilities such as Flame Body, Magma Armor, or Steam Engine, depending on the title. The image is cozy, a warm Pokémon helping an egg hatch faster as the trainer walks. Fire becomes incubation rather than destruction. Flame Body is also useful in battle because it can burn a Pokémon that makes contact in many games. That dual usefulness is common with abilities. A trait can matter in combat and outside combat. Pokémon with Flame Body, like Magby, Magmar, Talonflame, Volcarona, and others depending on ability availability, can be both warm helpers and dangerous opponents. The same heat can hatch an egg or punish an attack. The Pokerus is a rare beneficial virus in many older main series games that can help Pokémon gain effort values more quickly. It is unusual because it is a status-like condition that is actually helpful. It can spread among party Pokémon and eventually become inactive for spreading while retaining its training effect in many games. Pokerus is one of those hidden systems that many trainers discovered with surprise. A nurse at a Pokémon Center mentions it, and suddenly the familiar world has a secret biology. Contagion, dreams, evolution, friendship, weather, terrain, and hidden values all show Pokémon's love of invisible systems. Not everything important can be seen directly. A Pokémon may look the same while carrying a nature, ability, friendship value, effort training, or rare condition. The visible creature is only part of the story. Under the surface, many quiet numbers and memories are moving. Some Pokémon can change ability through items in later games, such as ability capsules or ability patches, depending on the title. This made certain training goals easier than they once were. It also changed the feeling of optimization. Older games often required breeding or catching for the right ability. Later games gave more ways to adjust a beloved companion. The direction is gentle. Instead of replacing your Pokémon, you can sometimes help the one you already love become what you need. Bottle caps and hyper training in later games let Pokémon improve their battle-ready stats at high levels, depending on the title's rules. This also supports keeping favourites. A Pokémon with imperfect hidden strengths can still be trained toward excellence. Pokémon has gradually become kinder to attachment in some ways. The old competitive ideal of perfect birth can be softened by care, training, and time. Mints in later games can change the stat effects associated with a Pokémon's nature, without changing the displayed nature itself in several titles. This is a subtle but meaningful distinction. The Pokémon may still be described as having its original nature, but its battle growth can be adjusted. Again, the modern series often separates personality flavour from optimization. A companion can remain itself while becoming easier to train. Experience share has changed across generations. In older games, it was often an item held by one Pokémon, or a key item that could distribute experience in certain ways. In newer games, experience sharing is more broadly applied across the party. This changed the pace of training. Some people prefer older difficulty, some prefer newer convenience. Factually, it shows that Pokémon has repeatedly adjusted how companionship and growth are distributed. Rare Candy raises a Pokémon by one level in many games, but it does not directly provide the effort training that battles can give. This made Rare Candy useful, but not always equivalent to training in older contexts. Later systems and training items changed how people think about growth. Rare Candy is a lovely object concept regardless. A sweet so powerful that eating it makes a Pokémon grow immediately. Evolution candies, experience candies, and other modern growth items continue that candy logic. They make training faster, especially in games with raid battles or open exploration rewards. But the emotional image remains simple. A Pokémon receives a treat and grows. The series often turns abstract progress into food, light, friendship, or music. Growth rarely feels like paperwork. It feels like something held in the hand. Pokémon raids in modern games create cooperative battles against powerful Pokémon. Max raid battles in Galar use Dynamax Pokémon, while Terra raid battles in Paldea use terastallized Pokémon. These battles can be played with others or with support characters depending on circumstances. Raids make catching feel communal again in a new way. The link cable becomes a glowing den or crystal, and several trainers gather around one challenge. The idea of a Pokémon den in Galar, glowing with Dynamax energy, gives the wild area a special atmosphere. A beam of light rises into the sky, and beneath it is a powerful encounter. The landscape becomes dotted with possibilities. You can wander through weather, see Pokémon in the overworld, and choose whether to approach a den. Galar made wild space feel more open before Paldea expanded openness further. The wild area in Pokémon Sword and Shield was a significant step toward more open exploration within a main series region. It allowed camera control and visible wild Pokémon across a large shared feeling space. Later games pushed the idea further, but the wild area was important in its own right. It made the route feel less like a corridor and more like a field. Paldea's open structure lets trainers approach goals in different orders, though levels and difficulty still shape the practical journey. The region includes gym challenges, Titan Pokémon connected to Herba Mystica and Team Star bases. These paths can be followed in a flexible way. Paldea's structure feels like a school assignment that became a road trip. Study, friendship, mystery, and exploration all spread across one large map. Titan Pokémon in Paldea are oversized Pokémon affected by Herba Mystica, and they form one of the region's major paths. Clorf, Bombardier, Orthworm, Great Tusk or Iron Treads depending on version, and Tatsugiri with Dondozo are involved in Titan stories. These encounters connect food, healing, legends and exploration. Again, Pokémon turns ingredients into story. A plant can heal a companion. A giant Pokémon can guard a secret herb. Team Star's story in Paldea is centered less on conquest and more on school conflict, bullying, loyalty and misunderstanding. This makes it different from many earlier villain teams. The bases look rebellious, but the emotional centre is more wounded than evil. Pokémon often updates its human conflicts to match the tone of a region. Not every opposing group wants world domination. Some are children trying to protect one another badly. Nemona, Arven and Penny each carry a different Paldea thread. Battle enthusiasm, family pain and healing, and hidden loyalty. Their stories make Paldea feel personal, even across a wide map. The legendary companion's recovery through sandwiches, Arven's bond with Mabosstiff, Penny's connection to Team Star, and Nemona's joy in battling all give the region softness beneath its freedom. Big maps need small emotional anchors. Mabosstiff's story in Paldea is one of the most tender modern Pokémon stories. Arven searches for Herba Mystica to help his injured Mabosstiff recover. The plot uses food and exploration to frame care for a beloved partner. It is not only about saving a world, it is about helping one dog-like Pokémon stand again. Pokémon is often strongest when the stakes are both enormous and very small. The bond between a trainer and starter Pokémon is usually quiet but persistent. The starter is the first companion given in the main journey. It may stay in the party to the end, or it may rest in a box later, but its role as beginning remains. Many people remember their first starter more vividly than their first champion team. The first choice becomes a personal landmark. Choosing a starter has never been only strategic. Some choose by type. Some choose by final evolution. Some choose the cutest. Some choose the one that looks lonely. Some choose based on colour, nickname idea, or childhood memory. The games present 3 options, but the heart often decides before the type chart does. That moment is one of Pokémon's oldest rituals. 3 little creatures, 1 first friend. Professor Oak's famous idea that the world is inhabited by creatures called Pokémon remains one of the simplest openings in the series. A world with Pokémon is not just a world with monsters. It is a world where creatures live alongside humans as pets, partners, workers, rivals, legends and mysteries. The opening explanation frames everything that follows. Before badges and battles, there is coexistence. The phrase "gotta catch 'em all" became strongly associated with the franchise in English language marketing, though the games themselves have varied in how achievable or emphasised complete collection is across eras. The slogan captures the collecting dream, but Pokémon has always been more than completion. Some trainers catch everything. Some raise one team, some shiny hunt, some battle, some decorate, trade, explore, photograph, or simply love the creatures. The world allows many ways to belong. The National Pokédex as a completing game listing has appeared differently across titles. Some games include a National Pokédex after the regional one, while others handle broader species availability through transfer or external systems. This is a careful factual area because the series changes over time. The stable truth is that regional Pokédexes define local discovery, while the full world of Pokémon extends beyond any single region. Regional Pokédex order can differ from National Pokédex order. A Pokémon may be early in one region and late in another, or absent entirely. This helps each region feel curated. The local Pokédex is a field guide to that place, not merely a copy of the universal list. Bulbasaur may be first nationally, but every region has its own beginning. Every new land opens the book in a different way. Pokémon forms, variants and availability can differ between versions, remakes and generations, so careful facts often need soft wording. A Pokémon may evolve one way in older titles and another way later. A move may exist in one generation and be unavailable in another. A type may be added after a species first appeared. This does not make the world inconsistent so much as evolving. Pokémon has been alive for many years, and living systems change. Remakes revisit older regions with newer mechanics. Fire Red and Leaf Green return to Kanto. Heart Gold and Soul Silver return to Johto. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire return to Hone. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl return to Sinnoh. These remakes preserve old structures while updating visuals, systems, and sometimes content. A remake is like walking a childhood route after many years. The map is familiar, but the light is different. Pokémon Yellow was inspired by the animated series in several ways, most notably by giving the trainer a Pikachu starter that follows behind and does not evolve through ordinary player choice. The game also adjusts some character appearances and encounters to echo the animation more closely. Yellow is important because it shows the games and animation influencing each other early on. The franchise was already becoming a conversation between forms. Following Pokémon became a beloved feature in Pokémon Yellow and later returned in notable ways in games such as Heart Gold and Soul Silver and others. Seeing a Pokémon walk behind the trainer changes the emotional texture of travel. The partner is not hidden in a ball or menu, it is there, keeping pace. A small sprite or model behind you can make a route feel less lonely. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are especially remembered for allowing many Pokémon to follow the trainer. This made every species feel a little more present. A tiny Pokémon might hurry behind, a large Pokémon might loom. Talking to it could show mood or small actions. The feature is mechanically simple, but emotionally powerful. Companionship becomes visible step by step. Pokémon Let's Go. Pikachu and Let's Go. Eevee revisited Kanto with catching mechanics inspired by Pokémon Go, and with Pikachu or Eevee as a close partner. Those partner Pokémon could ride on the trainer, react, and learn special moves. The games also displayed wild Pokémon in the overworld. Let's Go turned Kanto into something softer and brighter, closer to a welcoming memory than a strict remake. The partner Eevee in Let's Go. Eevee does not evolve, just as partner Pikachu does not evolve in Let's Go Pikachu. This is important because Eevee is normally famous for evolving, but the partner version is treated as special and remains itself. Once again, Pokémon lets affection interrupt ordinary progression. The strongest version of a companion is sometimes the one that stays beside you unchanged. Some Pokémon have special forms that cannot be obtained through ordinary evolution. Ash Greninja is a special form tied to particular story and distribution contexts. Spiky-eared Pichu appeared in Heart Gold and Soul Silver and could not be transferred forward in the usual way. Eternal Flower Floette is known through story data but has not been broadly obtainable in ordinary play. These special cases remind us that the Pokémon world contains exceptions, and exceptions should be named carefully. Floette's Eternal Flower form is tied to the Kalos story of AZ and the Ultimate Weapon, carrying one of the series' oldest in-world tragedies. AZ is an ancient king who lost his beloved Floette in war, built a machine that restored it, and then used the same power destructively. Floette left him because of what he had done. Kalos's beauty hides grief, and that small flower Pokémon sits at the centre of it. AZ's story is one of the clearest places where Pokémon speaks about grief becoming monstrous. Love for one Pokémon becomes refusal to accept loss, and refusal becomes harm on a massive scale. The fact is not just that a king had a Floette, it is that a bond, when twisted by despair and power, changed a region's history. Pokémon often says bonds are good, but Kalos reminds us that even love can become dangerous if it cannot let go. N's story in Unova is another deep human Pokémon relationship story. Raised to hear the voices of Pokémon and manipulated by Getsis, N questions whether trainers should keep Pokémon at all. His story is powerful because the question is not absurd. Pokémon really are living beings. The villainy lies in manipulation and control, not in asking whether kindness is enough. Unova gives the series one of its most thoughtful, moral tensions. N's castle rising around the Pokémon League is one of Unova's most dramatic images. It interrupts the expected champion structure and turns the final challenge into an ideological confrontation. The region asks the trainer not only to prove strength, but to answer a worldview. Yet the answer is still expressed through battle, companionship, and the bonds formed along the way. Pokémon debates with creatures at its side. Team Plasma's public message about liberation is complicated by the private cruelty of its leadership. This is why Unova's story works. A noble-sounding idea can be used by someone selfish. A true concern can be twisted into control. The Pokémon world is gentle, but it understands that words like freedom can be misused. The bond between trainer and Pokémon must be proven by care, not slogans. Getsis is one of the series' more openly cruel human villains, while N is more tragic and searching. Their contrast gives Unova emotional weight. N loves Pokémon, but his understanding has been shaped by isolation and manipulation. Getsis uses ideals as tools. The result is a story where truth and ideals are not only legendary themes, but human wounds. Pokémon Black 2 and White 2 are direct sequels set in Unova after the original Black and White, which is unusual for the main series. They show how a region changes after a previous story. New areas are open, characters have aged or moved roles, and Team Plasma has split in identity. Sequels give time a visible footprint. A region is not reset completely. It remembers. Time passing is one of the most comforting and bittersweet facts in Pokémon. Red becomes a legend on Milk Silver, Blue becomes a gym leader, Caitlyn appears as a frontier brain in Sinnoh-related games, and later as an Elite Four member in Unova. Characters can move, grow, and reappear. The world is not perfectly static. People have histories beyond the moment you meet them. Looker, the international police officer, appears across several games, linking regions through small investigations. His presence gives the Pokémon world a sense of wider institutions beyond local leagues. He is often serious, but also eccentric, and sometimes comic. Recurring characters like Looker make the regions feel connected. A person can cross borders just as Pokémon can. The international police, Pokémon League, regional professors, and villain organisations all suggest that the Pokémon world has social structures beyond what a single journey shows. There are laws, schools, research networks, competitions, traditions and crimes. Yet most journeys begin with a child leaving a small town. The contrast is lovely. A big world is entered through a small doorway. Pokémon schools appear in several regions, but Paldea's Academy makes school central. Naranja Academy, or Unova Academy, depending on version, frames the journey as a treasure hunt. This changes the tone from leaving school behind to learning through exploration. The idea of treasure is also broadened. It is not only gold or victory, it can be friendship, purpose, memory, or a beloved Pokémon healed. Treasure in Pokémon is often emotional rather than material. A fossil can become a living companion, a stone can unlock evolution, a badge can mark progress, a ribbon can preserve memory, a rare Pokémon can become a friend, a sandwich can help a wounded partner. The world is full of objects, but the objects matter most because of what they connect. Badges are proof of gym victories and often allow progress, obedience or access depending on the game. They are small symbols of regional recognition. A trainer carries them in a case, and together they form a map of challenges overcome. Badges are satisfying because they are both practical and ceremonial. They say, "You were here, you faced this, and you continued." Obedience mechanics mean that traded Pokémon above certain levels may not obey until the trainer has enough badges or progress, depending on the game. This fact is interesting because it ties authority to trust and experience. A powerful Pokémon from someone else may not immediately listen. Strength alone is not enough. The trainer must become worthy of command within the region's rules. Friendship, affection, obedience, and original trainer data all separate Pokémon from simple units. They have relationships to people. A Pokémon may obey one trainer differently from another. It may evolve through friendship. It may have a memory of origin. It may receive ribbons, marks, nicknames and care. The world keeps saying the same thing in different systems. Bonds matter. Even catching a Pokémon can be seen as the beginning of a relationship rather than the end of a hunt. The ball clicks, the Pokédex registers, and then the real question begins. Will this Pokémon travel with you? Will it sit in a box? Will it evolve? Will it become your favourite by accident? Many beloved partners began as practical captures. Affection often arrives after the ball closes. The most interesting Pokémon facts are not always the rarest. Sometimes they are small and domestic. Pikachu stores electricity in cheek pouches. Bulbasaur's bulb grows with it. Charmander's tail flame is tied to its life. Squirtle withdraws into its shell. Caterpie sheds skin. Oddish is more active at night in some lore. Growlithe is loyal. Psyduck gets headaches. Slowpoke takes time to notice pain. These facts work because they make creatures feel alive. Charmander's tail flame is one of the oldest emotional design facts. It is said to burn from birth and to reflect the Pokémon's life force. This makes the flame more than decoration. It is a visible sign of vitality. A happy Charmander's flame burns brightly. A weak one may show a dimmer flame in various depictions. The tail flame turns health into light and light into vulnerability. Bulbasaur's bulb grows as it absorbs sunlight, and the line eventually becomes Ivysaur and Venusaur, where the plant opens into a flower. The line is a slow bloom across evolution. Bulbasaur carries potential, Ivysaur carries growth, Venusaur carries full flower. Its body is also an ecosystem of animal and plant. Few first partners communicate patience so clearly. Squirtle's shell is not only armour, but part of its identity as a water-type turtle. Wartortle gains fluffy ears and tail, and Blastoise gains water cannons. The line moves from small defence to graceful maturity to heavy artillery. Blastoise is one of those designs where the final form feels like a childhood toy made mythic, a turtle with cannons, impossible and perfect. Chikorita's leaf, Cyndaquil's fire, and Totodile's jaws give Johto starters distinct personalities. Chikorita feels gentle and plant-like, Cyndaquil shy and warm-backed, Totodile playful, and Bitey. Their final forms, Meganium, Typhlosion, and Feraligatr, all carry those beginnings forward. Johto's starters are especially beloved because they feel simple in the best way, like companions from an older storybook. Trico, Torchic, and Mudkip each became iconic in Hone. Trico is cool and lizard-like, eventually becoming Sceptile, a swift grass type. Torchic becomes Combusken, and then Blaziken, the first fire and fighting final starter. Mudkip becomes Marshtomp, and then Swampert, water and ground, with only grass as a major type weakness under ordinary type rules. Hone starters are balanced not only in type, but in personality. The phrase "I heard you like Mudkip" became a famous internet meme, but Mudkip itself is genuinely interesting. It is based on Mudskipper-like and Axolotl-like aquatic ideas, and Swampert becomes a powerful amphibious creature. Mudkip is cute, but the line becomes sturdy and strong. Its water and ground typing makes it feel at home in both river and mudbank. Some Pokémon are lovable before they are impressive, then become both. Turtwig, Chimchar, and Piplup give Sinnoh three very strong final identities. Torterra carries a tree and land on its back, becoming grass and ground. Infernape becomes fire and fighting, fast and martial. Empoleon becomes water and steel, regal and penguin, like with a trident motif. Sinnoh's starters feel tied to earth, flame, and cold royalty. Each one grows into a different kind of dignity. Torterra is one of the loveliest final starter designs because it carries a small landscape on its back. Its shell supports a tree and earth, making the Pokémon feel like a walking world. This echoes old myths of world-bearing animals, but in a gentle Pokémon way. A starter that began as a little turtle with a sprout becomes a continent in miniature. Oshawott, Duwott, and Samurott use shell blades as weapons, while Hisuian Samurott becomes water and dark with a sharper mood. This shows how a final starter can be reinterpreted by era. The Uneven Samurott feels like a sea samurai with dignity. The Hisuian form feels more ruthless. The same evolutionary idea, placed in an older region, takes on a darker edge. Froakie, Frogadier, and Greninja turn bubbles and frog agility into ninja imagery. Chespin's line becomes armoured and defensive through Chesnaught. Fennekin's line becomes mystical and mage-like through Delphox. Kalos starters lean strongly into roles, making them feel like a party of fantasy companions. Warrior, mage, and ninja. Grass, fire and water as story archetypes. Rowlet, Litten, and Poplio form Alola's starter trio, eventually becoming Decidueye, Incineroar, and Primarina. Decidueye is an archer owl, grass and ghost in its Alolan final form. Incineroar is fire and dark, wrestler-like and theatrical. Primarina is water and fairy, singer-like and graceful. Alola's starters feel like performers of different kinds: archer, heel wrestler, and vocalist. Scorbunny, Sobble, and Grookey become Cinderace, Inteleon, and Rillaboom in Galar. Cinderace is athletic and soccer-like. Inteleon is sleek and spy-like. Rillaboom is musical and drum-centred. These final forms match Galar's sport and performance energy. The region turns starters into public identities, as if each one could stand under stadium lights in a different role. Sprigatito, Fuecoco, and Quaxley become Meowscarada, Skeledirge, and Quaquaval in Paldea. Meowscarada is grass and dark, magician-like and masked. Skeledirge is fire and ghost, crocodilian and singer-like with a small bird of flame. Quaquaval is water and fighting, dancer-like and flamboyant. Paldea's starters are theatrical in different ways, connected to performance, music, and movement. Skeledirge is especially interesting because its fire and ghost typing gives the Fuecoco line an unexpected final mood. Fuecoco begins as a simple, round little fire crocodile. Skeledirge becomes a large singer with ghostly fire and a skeletal pattern. The small flame bird on its snout adds an unusual companion-like element to the design. It is powerful, strange, and oddly gentle in expression. Meowscarada's flower trick and masked face make it feel like a stage magician. Quaquaval's dance-like body and water and fighting typing make it feel like movement turned into battle. Paldea's final starters all carry performance, but not the same performance. Magic, song, and dance. 3 ways to stand before the world and transform attention into power. Pokémon often uses colour to communicate type and mood. Fire types lean toward red, orange, and yellow. Water types often use blue. Grass types use green. Psychic types often use pink, purple, or unusual palettes. Ghost types may use dark purples, greys, or eerie contrasts. These are not strict rules, but they help recognition. A child can often guess a type by colour before learning the chart. Silhouettes are also crucial. Pikachu's ears and tail, Charizard's wings, Gengar's round spiky shadow, Snorlax's huge sleeping body, Lucario's ears and chest spike, Eevee's ears and fluffy collar, Mimikyu's ragged disguise. A strong Pokémon design can be recognised in outline. This is one reason the creatures endure. They are readable even as shadows. Many Pokémon have body features that resemble clothing, tools or accessories without being separate objects. Machamp has a belt like marking. Gardevoir looks like it wears a gown. Serena looks regal. Bisharp looks armoured. Greninja has its tongue scarf. Decidueye has leaf feathers like a hood. These features make Pokémon feel characterful without needing actual clothes. Their biology becomes costume. Some Pokémon do wear or carry external objects. Farfetch'd carries a leek. Cubone wears a skull. Timburr carries timber. Gurdurr carries a girder. And Conkeldurr carries concrete pillars. Tinkaton carries a hammer. Oshawott uses a Scalchop. These carried objects blur the line between creature and tool use. They suggest habits, culture, or instincts strong enough to define a species. Cubone's skull is especially strange because every Cubone is shown wearing one, even though the story frames it as tied to its mother. This is one of those Pokémon details that works more as mythic species identity than strict biology. The important truth is emotional. Cubone is a Pokémon of mourning. The skull makes grief visible, and the series lets that image remain stronger than literal explanation. Pokémon facts often live in that space between biology and folklore. A species may have an ordinary habitat and also a mythic explanation. A creature may hatch from an egg and also be tied to ancient legend. A Pokédex entry may sound scientific, then become ghost story. This mixture is not a flaw, it is the heart of the world. Pokémon are animals, companions, symbols, jokes, spirits, and myths all at once. The move Destiny Bond is a ghost-type move that can cause the attacker to faint if it knocks out the user under the move's conditions. It is an eerie concept, a bond made at the edge of defeat. Moves like Destiny Bond, Grudge, Curse, and Hex give Ghost-type its unsettling depth. Ghosts in Pokémon are playful, but they also understand consequences. The move Curse behaves differently for Ghost types in many games than for other types. A Ghost type using Curse can sacrifice some health to place a damaging curse on the target, while non-Ghost types use it to alter stats. This is one of the old move quirks that makes type identity feel deep. The same word changes meaning depending on the user. For a Ghost, a curse is literal. The move Hidden Power was once famous because its type and power depended on hidden values in older games, making it a customizable but complex coverage move. Later games changed its availability. Hidden Power's concept is beautiful regardless of mechanics. Every Pokémon might carry a secret elemental expression inside itself, determined by invisible traits. A hidden power, softly named, waiting beneath the surface. Some moves never miss under ordinary conditions, such as Swift and Aura Sphere in many games, though immunity and special battle conditions can still matter. Always accurate moves feel like certainty. Swift stars find the target. Aura Sphere follows through Aura. In a world full of misses and chances, some moves are promises. They may not be the strongest, but they are reliable. One-hit knockout moves such as Fissure, Guillotine, Horn Drill, and Sheer Cold can instantly knock out a target if they hit, but they are usually inaccurate and subject to restrictions. These moves are dramatic because they place enormous outcome behind low certainty. They are the opposite of Swift. Instead of a small reliable star, they are a dangerous gamble. Pokémon Battle contains both. Priority moves act before ordinary moves in many situations. Quick Attack, Aqua Jet, Bullet Punch, Extreme Speed, Sucker Punch, and others can change turn order. Priority is interesting because speed is not only a stat. Sometimes a move's nature lets it happen first. A small Pokémon with the right move can act before something much faster. Timing is its own kind of strength. Trick Room reverses move order for several turns, making slower Pokémon move before faster ones under its effect. It is one of the most fascinating battle ideas because it turns a weakness into an advantage. Slow Pokémon become sudden leaders. Fast Pokémon must wait. The room itself changes the meaning of speed. Trick Room is a reminder that context can transform value. Gravity, Wonder Room, Magic Room, weather, terrain, screens, hazards, and rooms all show that Pokémon battles are not only about creatures, they are about conditions. Reflect and Light Screen reduce damage from physical and special attacks for a time. Stealth Rock punishes switching based on rock type effectiveness. Spikes and Toxic Spikes make the ground dangerous. The field remembers what was done to it. Stealth Rock is especially famous because it affects Pokémon based on their weakness or resistance to rock. A Pokémon like Charizard, which is fire and flying, takes heavy damage from it in many games because both types are weak to rock. This made entry hazards a huge part of competitive strategy. The fact is technical, but the image is simple. Sharp stones float around the opposing side. Waiting, hazards can be removed by moves such as Rapid Spin or Defog in many games, depending on the generation and rules. This creates a back and forth around preparation and cleanup. One side lays traps, the other clears the air. Even in battle, there is housekeeping. The field becomes messy, then someone tries to make it safe again. Pokémon can also hold items that change move choice, such as Choice Band, Choice Specs, and Choice Scarf. These items boost attack, special attack, or speed respectively in many games, while locking the Pokémon into one move until it switches. This is a lovely strategic trade-off. Power comes with commitment. The item says, choose one thing and do it very well. Life Orb boosts the power of damaging moves at the cost of some health in many games. Leftovers restores a little health at the end of turns. Focus Sash can let a Pokémon survive a hit from full health with one hit point. Eviolite boosts the defences of Pokémon that can still evolve in many games. Held items are small, but they can completely change how a Pokémon feels. A tiny object can alter a whole role. Eviolite is especially charming because it gives unevolved Pokémon a reason to stay in middle or early forms. Porygon 2, Chansey, Dusclops, and other Pokémon have used it famously in battle contexts. The item makes not evolving strategically meaningful. It says that an unfinished form can be powerful in its own way. Again, Pokémon let staying become a kind of strength. Some unevolved Pokémon are beloved specifically because they remain small. Pikachu, Eevee, Munchlax, Riolu, Zorua, Snom, Bakoko, Rowlet, and many others are often loved in their early forms. Evolution may create power, but smallness creates attachment. Pokémon understands that cute is not just a marketing quality, it is an emotional category with real force. The anime's Ash Ketchum travelled with Pikachu for many years and finally became world champion in Pokémon Journeys. Later animated series shifted focus to new protagonists, including Liko and Roy in Pokémon Horizons. This is a current era fact that shows the franchise can move forward after a very long familiar journey. Ash's story became a generational memory, and then the world opened a new page. Pikachu's role as a long-term companion in animation helped define how many people imagine trainer and Pokémon bonds. Pikachu is not just Ash's strongest partner in every situation, it is the friend who stays. It argues, refuses, learns, trusts, and returns. The yellow mouse became a symbol because it had time to become familiar. Companionship in Pokémon is often built through repetition. Team Rocket's Jessie, James, and Meowth became beloved partly because they kept failing. Their motto, disguises, schemes, and blast-offs turned villainy into routine comedy. They are antagonists, but they also have tenderness, backstories, and loyalty to each other. Pokémon often softens even its troublemakers. Not every opponent is only an enemy. Some become part of the rhythm of the world. The phrase "blasting off again" belongs to animated Team Rocket's repeated defeats. It is comic repetition, but repetition is powerful. People remember what returns. Pokémon as a franchise is built on returning to centres, returning to roots, returning to starter choices, returning to old Pokémon in new forms, returning to the tall grass. The familiar comes back, and that is why it comforts. Pokémon Sleep is a mobile app built around sleep tracking and Snorlax research, connecting sleep itself to Pokémon collection and routine. It is a fitting modern extension of the franchise, because sleep has always been present. Snorlax, Jigglypuff, Rest, Dreams, Drowsy, Darkrai, Cresselia, Kamala. The app simply brings that sleepy thread to the surface. Pokémon has been ready for bedtime for a long time. The Pokémon world contains many beds, houses, inns, and resting places, even if they are easy to pass by. The trainer's room at the beginning of a journey, the bed that can heal in certain houses or facilities, the quiet rooms in story locations, the camps and picnics outside. Rest is not always as famous as battle, but it is always nearby. Every adventure needs a place to sleep. The starter's hometown is usually peaceful. Pallet Town, New Bark Town, Little Root Town, Twin Leaf Town, Nuvema Town, Vanderville Town, Iki Town, Postwick, Carbopoko. These places are not all identical, but they share the feeling of beginning. A home, a path, a parent or guardian, a professor or friend, a first step. The world's enormous myths begin in ordinary rooms. Parents in Pokémon are usually quiet background figures, but they matter. The mother who heals you at home, the family that lets you leave, the small domestic detail before the journey begins. In some games, family becomes more important, such as Norman being the protagonist's father and a gym leader in Hone. Pokémon often keeps family simple, but that simplicity helps the adventure feel safe enough to begin. Norman in Hone is unusual because he is the protagonist's father and a gym leader. The battle against him carries personal weight. It is not just another badge. It is a child facing a parent within the region's challenge structure. Norman uses normal-type Pokémon, which suits his name and his role in a quietly clever way. The ordinary type becomes emotionally special because of context. Normal type itself is one of the most interesting types because it sounds plain but includes enormous variety. Snorlax, Ditto, Eevee, Porygon, Blissey, Slaking, Regigigas, Arceus in its default form, Staraptor with flying, and many root mammals all touch normal in different ways. Normal does not mean boring, it means foundational, flexible, ordinary until it surprises you. Slaking has an enormous stat presence, but the ability Truant, causing it to act only every other turn in many games. This makes it both powerful and limited. The design fits the concept perfectly. A huge lazy ape like Pokémon with incredible strength that does not always choose to move. Slaking is a reminder that power without consistency can be strange. Sometimes the strongest body is still lying down. Regigigas has a similar theme through Slow Start, an ability that weakens its attack and speed for several turns after entering battle in many games. In lore, Regigigas is associated with moving continents and creating or towing the Regi trio, depending on mythic descriptions. In battle, it begins slowly. That contrast makes it memorable. A world-shaping giant takes time to wake. Archeops has the ability Defeatist, which lowers its offensive power when its health falls to half or less in many games. It is based on an ancient bird-like creature restored from a fossil. Defeatist is unusual because it gives personality to battle performance. The Pokémon loses heart when weakened. Not every ability is empowering. Some abilities are flaws, and flaws make species feel alive. Abilities like Truant, Slow Start, Defeatist and Normalize show that abilities can be disadvantages or strange constraints as well as strengths. This makes Pokémon less uniform. A powerful stat line can be balanced by behaviour. A creature's nature can limit it. The world becomes more interesting when not every trait is useful. Some facts are awkward, and awkward facts are memorable. Wonder Guard, Huge Power, Pure Power, Levitate, Intimidate, Drizzle, Drought, Sandstream, Snow Warning, Prankster, Speed Boost, Protean, Libero, and many other abilities have shaped how Pokémon are used and understood. Some summon weather, some alter type, some increase stats, some change priority. An ability can be a tiny sentence that defines a species. It is the quiet rule written inside a creature. Protean and Libero change a Pokémon's type to match the move it uses under their rules in certain games, though details have changed in later generations. Greninja and Cinderace are famous users through Protean or Libero respectively. These abilities are fascinating because they make type fluid. The Pokémon becomes the action it is taking. Identity follows movement. Multi-type is Arceus's ability, allowing it to change type based on the plate or item it holds in many games. Rurk's system is Silverlee's related ability, changing type based on memories. Silverlee itself was created to fight Ultra Beasts, inspired by Arceus-like design. This relationship between Arceus and Silverlee echoes natural myth and artificial imitation, much like Mew and Mewtwo echo origin and experiment. Type Null evolves into Silverlee through friendship, which is one of the most emotionally important evolution facts in Alola. Type Null is a restrained artificial Pokémon, created for a purpose and fitted with a control mask. Through trust it becomes Silverlee, a more complete and free form. Friendship evolution here is not only cute, it is liberation. Care removes the weight of control. Cosmog evolves into Cosmoem, and then into Solgaleo or Lunala, depending on version or context in the Alola games. Cosmog begins as a small, cloud-like legendary Pokémon, nicknamed Nebby in the story. It is light, curious, and vulnerable. Cosmoem becomes tiny and incredibly heavy. Then it becomes a great sun lion or moon bat. This is one of the most dramatic growth arcs in Pokémon, a little nebula becoming a celestial legend. Nebby escaping the bag became a beloved repeated moment because it made a legendary Pokémon feel like a mischievous child. Cosmog is not introduced as a distant deity, it is a small creature needing protection. Alola's story works because cosmic scale and caretaking sit beside each other. A being tied to the sun or moon can still be told to get back in the bag. Solgaleo is psychic and steel type despite its strong sun imagery, while Lunala is Psychic and Ghost type. That typing surprises some people because Solgaleo is not Fire type. But Pokémon types often choose concept over obvious element. Solgaleo is a radiant metallic lion, not simply a flame. Lunala is lunar and spectral. Their types make them stranger than sun and moon labels alone. Necrozma is connected to light and confused with Solgaleo or Lunala in certain forms, becoming Duskmane or Dawn Wings, and can also become Ultra Necrozma under special conditions in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Its story is about stolen or lost light, making Alola's cosmic themes more painful. Necrozma is not just another powerful creature, it is hunger for radiance given form. The Pokémon world often revisits light and darkness without making them simple, good and evil. Dark type in Japanese is closer to an idea of evil or underhanded fighting, but in English dark often sounds shadowy. Dark type Pokémon are not necessarily morally bad. Umbreon is dark type and deeply beloved. Absol is dark type and warns of disasters. Darkrai causes nightmares but is not simply wicked. Type is mood and method, not moral verdict. Fairy type is also not simply goodness. Fairy Pokémon can be sweet, strange, mischievous, dangerous or unsettling. Grimmsnarl is dark and fairy. Mimikyu is ghost and fairy. Tinkaton is fairy and steel with a huge hammer. Hatterene is psychic and fairy and reacts strongly to emotions. Fairy type often carries folklore's older meaning, where fairies are magical but not always gentle. Hatterene is known for being sensitive to emotions and punishing those who bring strong feelings near it in some lore. Its design is quiet, pastel and witch-like, but its temperament can be severe. This makes it a perfect fairy and psychic type. It does not merely read minds, it reacts to emotional noise. In a sleep story, Hatterene reminds us to soften our feelings, lower the volume inside, and become still. Grimmsnarl evolves from Impidimp through Morgrem and becomes dark and fairy, using its hair like muscles or tendrils in its design. The line draws on goblin and imp like folklore, but it is still Pokémon, playful and dangerous at once. Grimmsnarl shows fairy type's rougher edge. Magic is not always glitter, sometimes it is hair, tricks and shadow. Hisuian Zora and Hisuian Zoroark are normal and ghost type, a rare and striking combination. Their lore is tied to spiteful spirits of Zora that perished after being driven from other lands in the Hisui setting. The forms are pale, red and mournful. They are beautiful because they are wounded. Regional forms can do more than adapt ecology. They can carry tragedy. Hisuian Growlithe and Hisuian Arcanine are fire and rock type, with a shaggy guardian-like appearance. They are tied to Hisui's older landscape and noble Pokémon story. Ordinary Growlithe is already known for loyalty, but the Hisuian form feels more ancient and ceremonial. A familiar companion becomes a guardian of cliffs and old winds. Hisuian Voltorb and Electrode are electric and grass type, resembling old-style Pokeballs made from apricorn-like materials. This is one of the cleverest ancient form ideas. In modern Kanto, Voltorb resembles a modern Pokeball. In Hisui, where Pokeballs are made differently, Voltorb also looks different. The mimic changes because the object being mimicked has a history. This reveals something quietly brilliant about Voltorb. It is not just a ball-shaped Pokémon. It is a Pokémon shaped by the design of human technology around it. If the Pokeball changes, Voltorb can change. That makes the line feel connected to culture, not only biology. Some Pokémon evolve with nature. Some adapt around people. Klefki collects keys, and its fairy and steel typing makes it feel like a tiny guardian of doors. It is not the keys themselves, but it gathers them. That distinction matters. Klefki's body is the little ring-like creature, and the keys are collected objects. Its charm comes from making a common daily anxiety magical. Lost keys might have a Pokémon explanation. Honage, Doublade, and Aegislash are haunted weapons. Their ghost and steel typing fits perfectly. Honage's cloth, like tassel, is said in lore to be dangerous to those who grasp it carelessly. Doublade becomes two swords. Aegislash becomes sword and shield. The line turns human warfare objects into living spirits, suggesting that old tools can carry old will. Sinistay and Poltergeist do something similar with tea. They are ghost type, inhabiting teacups or teapots. The authenticity mark on some Sinistay and Poltergeist forms turns collecting into antique inspection. A tiny stamp hidden on a haunted cup can matter. It is a perfect example of Pokémon's detail-loving personality. The world rewards looking closely. Looking closely is perhaps the best way to enjoy Pokémon facts. Do not rush past the Pokédex. Do not rush past the route names. Do not rush past the cries, forms, and little conditions. A Pokémon world is built from thousands of small choices. Why does this evolve at night? Why does this need a friend nearby? Why does this form change in snow? Why does this creature carry a leek, a bone, a sword, a hammer, a flower, or a key? Even route names and town names carry mood. Palette Town suggests a palette, a beginning of colours. Viridian is a shade of green. Pewter is grey metal. Cerulean is blue. Vermilion is red-orange. Celadon is a pale green. Lavender is purple and mournful. Kanto's city names in English are colour words, which gives the region a simple chromatic identity. The map itself is a paint box. Johto's towns and cities often draw from plants, colours, and older Japanese-inspired atmosphere. New bark, cherry grove, violet, azalea, goldenrod, ecruteak, olivine, cyanwood, mahogany, blackthorn. They sound gentler and more natural than many Kanto city names. The naming helps Johto feel older and earthier. A region's language shapes how it sleeps in memory. Hone's places often feel watery, green or weather-shaped. Littleroot, Oldale, Petalburg, Rusborough, Dewford, Slateport, Moville, Verdanturf, Falaba, Portree, Lily Cove, Mossdeep, Sutopolis, Passifidlog, Evergrande. The names carry flowers, ports, soot, moss and trees. Hone is a region of climate and geography, and the names sound like walking through that climate. Sinnoh's names have a cooler, sometimes more mineral or atmospheric feeling. Twinleaf, Sandgem, Jubilife, Oreburg, Floaroma, Eterna, Hearthome, Solaceon, Veilstone. Pastoria, Celestic, Canalave, Snowpoint, Sunnyshore. Celestic sounds ancient. Snowpoint sounds cold. Hearthome sounds warm. The region's names make it feel broad, old and weathered. Unova's English city names often sound urban, symbolic or thematic. Uvema, Accumula, Striaton, Nakreen, Castelia, Limbassa, Driftvale, Mistralton, Isserus, Opelucid, Humilau. Castelia feels like a city of towers. Limbassa feels bright and electric. Driftvale feels like docks and trade. Mistralton feels windy. Names help the region feel like a place before you even see it. Kalos names in English often have elegance. Lumiose, Santaloon, Camphrier, Sillage, Chaleur, Coumarine, Levere, Anistar, Snowbell, Lumio suggests light. Lavera sounds soft and fairy tale-like. Anistar feels celestial. Kalos's language supports its themes of beauty and style. Even the names seem dressed. Alola's names are warm. An island like Iki, Hauli, Hahea, Panyola, Konakoni, Mali, Tapu Village, Seafolk Village. They help the region feel culturally distinct. Alola is not simply a tropical skin placed on old systems. It has its own words, customs, guardians and rhythms. Names are part of that identity. Galar's place names often carry British-inspired textures. Postwick, Wedgehurst, Motorstoke, Turfield, Hulbury, Hammerlock, Stow-on-Side, Ballonlea, Circhester, Spikemouth, Windon. They sound like villages, industrial towns, old castles and stadium cities. Ballonlea especially feels fairy lit and strange. Spikemouth feels rough and narrow. Windon feels grand. Galar's map speaks through place names before battle even begins. Paldea's names and geography carry Spanish and Iberian inspiration, from Messagosa to Cortondo, Arteson, Levincia, Cascarafa, Medali, Montenevera, Alfornada and more. The region's academy, food culture and open landscapes all support that inspiration. Paldea feels sunlit, wide and social, with plazas, cliffs, deserts, coasts and school uniforms. A region's facts are not only mechanical, they are cultural atmosphere. The Pokémon world uses badges, maps, names, cries, forms, types, moves and menus to create memory. A person may forget a route number, but remember the music. They may forget a stat, but remember a cry. They may forget a town's layout, but remember healing at its Pokémon Center late at night. Facts become emotional when they are attached to routine. There are now more than 1,000 Pokémon species in the National Pokédex, crossing the threshold with the Paldea era. That number is enormous, but the best way to think about it for sleep is not as a burden. Imagine them as little lights across regions, a seed on a back, a flame on a tail, a turtle shell, a yellow mouse, a sleepy giant, a singing balloon, a haunted teacup, a moon duck, a dragon in an apple, a family of mice. One by one, the world becomes full. No single script can make every Pokémon fact equally deep, but the calm truth is that the series rewards attention endlessly. A move name can hold a joke, a type can hold a myth, a region can hold a real-world inspiration, an evolution method can hold a story about friendship, time, weather, gender, place, or skill. A common encounter can become someone's favourite. A tiny design detail can stay with someone for years. And now, as the facts grow softer, let the Pokémon world slow down. Let Pallet Town rest beneath a blue evening. Let New Bark Town grow quiet in the wind. Let Little Root settle under warm trees. Let Twinleaf close its windows against the cool Sinnoh air. Let New Vema soften at the edge of a new journey. Let Vanderbilt glow gently in Kalos light. Let Iki Town sleep beneath Alola's island sky. Let Postwick dim its cottage lamps. Let Cabo Poco rest near the sea. The Pokémon centres are quiet now. The healing machines have sung their last little chime for the night. The counters are clean. The lights are warm. A Chansey passes softly in the hallway. A Blissey hums somewhere far away. A Snorlax is sleeping across a road no one needs to cross tonight. A Jigglypuff has finished its song. A Commola dreams against its log. Munna floats through a pink mist of dreams. Mushana lets dream smoke curl into the dark. Cresselia drifts like a crescent moon over still water. Even Darkrai is far away, no longer frightening, only a shadow at the edge of sleep. The tall grass moves once, then settles. No battle begins. No Pokeball shakes. No badge waits to be earned. No cave needs crossing. No rival is calling from the road ahead. Your team is safe. Your bag is packed. Your starter is resting. Pikachu's cheeks are dim. Bulbasaur's bulb is closed in the dark. Charmander's tail flame is small and steady. Squirtle is tucked inside its shell. Eevee has curled into its own soft collar. Lapras floats on moonlit water. Dragonite folds its wings. Gengar grins from a harmless shadow. Mimikyu's little disguise is still. Lucario listens to the quiet aura of the room. Torterra stands like a sleeping hill. Altaria becomes a cloud low enough to touch. Snom rests like a tiny piece of snow. Clodsire settles into the mud without a worry in the world. The regions drift past now, one by one. Kanto like a first map. Johto like an old bell. Hoenn like rain and sea wind. Sinnoh like mountain snow. Unova like city lights and ideals. Kalos like evening glass. Alola like warm islands. Galar like stadium echoes fading. Hisui like an ancient field under stars. Paldea like a wide road after sunset. You do not have to catch them all tonight. You do not have to remember every type. You do not have to choose the perfect move. You do not have to evolve before you are ready. You do not have to cross the whole region before morning. Just rest. Let the Pokédex close. Let the map fold. Let the party sleep. Let the route signs blur gently in the dark. Let the berries hang quietly on their trees. Let the eggs stay warm. Let the apricorns wait for morning. Let the moon shine on the grass. Somewhere a rare Pokémon is still hidden. Somewhere a gym leader has turned off the lights. Somewhere a champion is resting too. Somewhere a little Pokémon is dreaming of becoming something new. And you can dream as well. Slowly, softly, without hurry. The world is still full of creatures, still full of roots, still full of small bright facts, but they can wait. Tonight, the journey pauses. Tonight, the Pokémon Center is open. Tonight, your team is healed. And you are allowed to sleep. Sleep well, wherever you are watching from. Good night.